Ride the tiger. You can see his stripes, but you know he's clean. How we doing today, folks? How's stuff? How's business? Ooh, let's turn that down. I don't want that echo. Well, that's no good. Alright, let me see here. I was trying to figure out why the hell my Instagram feed plus isn't working. So give me just a second here, because it's supposed to just connect. It's supposed to just connect and be easy. Settings. Connected. Okay. Authorize on Instagram. Alright. Allow. Yes. 500 server error. Unknown response. Undefined. Possible bug. What? What? Yay! It's so useful. I really appreciate that. Let's click save and see if that changes anything. The plugin worked for like a long time, and then suddenly just get fucked. Possibly a bug. Yeah, that's really helpful information, Puckduncher. Possibly a bug. Undefined error. Ugh. Alright, well. I'm probably just gonna go ahead and have to take that plugin out after this stream. There are like 9 Instagram plugins. I'll pick whichever one actually functions. Isn't that an idea? Alright. Where is my chat box? There it is. Now I can see what's going on. How are we doing today? Are you ready to face my gum jabba, young thunderhead? No. I am absolutely an animal. I do not have the self-control to resist. The gum jabba has always been such an interesting idea. It's one of those tests in sci-fi that you're meant to look at and, like, you know, it tells you a lot about the society that created it, and it sort of makes you question yourself, like, what would I do? And I think I just realized at a young age, like, oh, I try to pull my hand out and I die immediately. Like, fuck that noise. Let some old lady torture me for some asinine test. I ain't no Kwisatz Haderach. DFW Dwegham, there is to square crossbow roof, happy heretic. Twitch player crashed as soon as my face came on. That'll happen. That will happen. From time to time. Possible insect. Have you tried touring it on and off again? Oh. Oh no, Dr. Rhino. Actually, that's not bad. I've heard worse. I've heard worse here recently. It's the sort of test I'd put children through. Yeah, it sounds real fair, doesn't it, Automat? How you doing? Data Nerd, good to see you. To Square, Puckduncher, also good to see you. I've been asking myself some questions lately as I sort of clear desk space and come back to army projects, and I'm like, all right, so which ones am I gonna work on? Which ones am I accepting are just gonna be shelved? And I'm thinking I might clear out my conquest stuff. I might. I very well might. I don't feel much urge to work on it. Like, I'm not updating to the Old Dominion. I've got the 100 Kingdoms army, and I'm like, it's mostly done, but I don't play the game anywhere near enough. And if I'm being totally honest, the few times that I've had to play the game, it's not been really that fun. It's been more rulebook consultation that I'm generally comfortable with. I don't know, I'm considering it. God bless him for launching a new rank and flank game amidst a pandemic, but I think I got into it because I wanted it to be my replacement for RuneScape, and it's just no replacement for RuneScape at the end of the day. The urge will come back someday. Yeah, and that's the thing, Puckduncher, is I used to clear out models when I was like, I don't feel like playing this game right now, and I clear the models out, and I would... You only have to go through a certain number of cycles of regretting that before you're like, maybe I'll just pack it away and slide it onto a shelf someplace, and at some point I'll come around to... That's one of the big pain in the asses with the game, honestly, is storing the models. Oh my god! There's so much space they take up, particularly if you're playing anything with spears. Like, storing my militia is a fucking nightmare. Yeah, Dwegham. I was really hoping that with the release of Old Dominion, they were going to take a look at the rules that already existed and sort of recognize, all right, we've been bloating our keywords, we've got too many artifacts, we've got too many, what are they called? Heirlooms? Because, like, currently in Conquest, it's impossible to just glance at an enemy's list and have any real understanding of what it is their army's trying to do. You have to read their list, and then you have to read the subheadings on each unit to tell how they specialize that unit, and then you have to read all the heirlooms that their hero has, and then you have to read what those heirlooms do, because the heirlooms are different between each faction, and it's just... at a certain point. It suffers from a lot of the same problems that I think the worst era of Warhammer Fantasy Battles did, but without a lot of the charm, unfortunately. And yeah, Old Dominion is just, it's one of those where it's like, oh, you released the new faction, it's how does it compare to the other ones? Oh, it says here that it's better. It's just better. It does everything your faction does, but better. And it's like, maybe you should have worked out that balance before you started releasing the factions. And then you go back and look at their claims for the factions they're going to release, and they're like, we have 14 factions! I'm like, ooh, we're at like 5, and they don't balance well. Maybe I'm going to give it like a couple of years to find its footing before I come back to it. You know, in fairness, it took that with Age of Sigmar, too. Age of Sigmar right now is, as much as I don't play Games Workshop games for completely, reasons unrelated to gameplay, Age of Sigmar started off really rough. In fact, quite bad it started off, and it took a little bit of time, but it came around to being a pretty damn good game. It became playable in very short order, but they recognized the problems early on and they took steps to fix them. And when I look at the steps they're taking with Conquest, it's like they're moving away from the answer. They're making the rules more complicated. I had high hopes when they released the 1.5 version of the standard rules. I was like, oh, they're going to clean up a bunch of things, and they just didn't. That didn't feel great. Yeah, Conquest First Blood 2 just released. I guess I just have a hard time caring right now to Square. Anyway, I'm not here to rip on Conquest. I'm just saying, as far as tabletop games go and my work on them, I'm like, I think that one's just gonna shuffle off my plate for a while to clear my headspace to focus on some other games, and then I'll come back around to it. Yeah, you know, Dr. Rhino, it's the same thing. Like, I don't like the aesthetic of Age of Sigmar very much, and I don't really like any of the factions. I like the Skaven, you know, but I've always liked the Skaven, but I don't really like them enough to buy from Games Workshop, so, you know. I think that's probably a good move, Dwegham. Legion is a great game. I'm not, like... this is the thing. Anytime you hear me say something about, like, this company is bad, take that with a big grain of salt. I pretty much hate any company that isn't 3 guys working out of a closet. So, you probably shouldn't listen to me too much on that front. I'm just so fucking contrarian. Because I'm like, oh, Atomic Mass Games, they do things I don't like. Everybody does things I don't like. I don't think that's really a legitimate criticism. But Legion is a well-done game. It was originally designed by Alex Davey, and Alex Davey he is an amazingly talented game designer. Now, unfortunately, Alex Davey no longer works for Fantasy Flight Games, nor did he move over to Atomic Mass Games. But AMG is good at rule writing, and they are working on the foundation of what Alex created. So I think they're going to do a pretty good job with it moving forward. They have good playtesting methods, is my understanding. I've never playtested for them, I only worked with FFG. And everything I've seen that they've released so far has been well received. Hey, L Firespray, good to see you. Welcome in. Yeah, L's been painting a lot of the Shadow Collective stuff too. And they're good models. They're really, really nice, particularly since they moved to styrene. I think that the move to Styrene specifically with the B1 battle droids was an odd choice, because they're terrible to build. But at the same time, that army has expanded enough that it's like you can play the Confederation of Independent Systems, I think that's what they're called. You can play them like without ever really having to use the B1 battle droids. Oh, thank you for that, Sphere. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'll probably still work on the ones that I've got, but I'm just gonna cycle a lot of my conquest stuff to the back burner for a while. And like I said, sometimes you gotta do this with games too. Sometimes you get to a point with a game where you're like, I'm just not feeling it. Take a break. Give it some time. See what changes. See what new factions come out. See what rules change. Stop thinking about it for 6 to 12 months. And then come back and see if it doesn't fire you up again. I know there have been entire game systems that I've just gotten burnt out on. You play too much of them. There are people out there who can play the same game for years at a time. Just weekend after weekend, the same fucking game. And I've just never been one of those people. I built an Empire list with shore troopers. I really like painting those. They came out pretty magnificent. Yeah, I'm going to be very curious to see what the city-states end up looking like, Sphere, because I have this idea in my head of how I'd like their army to work. But I had that in my head for Old Dominion, too. And Old Dominion came out, and I'm just like, I've kind of gotten less interested the more I've seen of Old Dominion, all the way up to the new models they have now, where I look at them and I'm like, oh, you're doing Dark Souls. Like, okay. I mean, I guess that's fair. It is popular, but it's also not particularly interesting to me. Wiley Cliff, thank you so much for the subscription, my friend. Welcome in. It's been a little while since we've seen you. How you doing, Wiley Cliff? Everybody loves that Dark Souls aesthetic, that Elden Ring aesthetic, and it's just like I'm much more of the like late 80s fantasy album cover art fantasy design, you know? It's, to be fair, it always looked like Dark Souls. It did to a degree. It has to a degree, Dwegham. I think that it's more obvious in retrospect than it was at first. But, it's not everything's for everybody. Giant shoulder pads or die. Yeah, Blizzard certainly launched us into a realm of giant shoulder pads. I say Blizzard, obviously 40K really kind of... I think 40K pioneered the giant shoulder pad aesthetic, and then Blizzard really popularized it. I think that that's probably a fair thing to say. How you doing today, Severe? It's good to see you. I hope your painting's been going well. Good to see you too, Gimishkar. If it's not Baroque, don't fix it. Oh. What is it that I do? What is it that I do that makes people think the puns are what need to happen? It's clearly some kind of environment that I'm cultivating, or it wouldn't happen so often. I just got up from one of those after-work naps where I woke up thinking it was the next day and I was late for... Oh, that is the worst feeling. I hope you're recovering from that. It always takes my brain a little while to come out of that nonsense mode. Yeah. So what am I going to be working on? Well, we got some Battletech. Today I'm going to do a little bit of work finishing up these Vaders, because it's really just a couple of steps. I think I can knock those out today so that I can actually get those photographed and in the mail. I've been putting that off for like 2 months, and that's fucking ridiculous. Excuse me. We're going to work on these Battletech figures, and then for upcoming painting days, I need to finish knocking out this Space Dwarf army. That won't take long to do. And then we're going to probably dive back into working on some figures for Maelstrom's Edge and for Beyond the Gates of Antares. Because you know what? I love those games. And you should work on things you love. You should work on things that inspire you. You should work on things that excite you and that interest you. And I really do like those games. They are so much fun to play. And I'm just not gonna devote that much playtime to games that I have to make myself enjoy. So, you know, Battletech, Firefight, Maelstrom's Edge, Beyond the Gates of Antares. What the hell? Yeah, I mean, you're definitely to blame. How you doing, Roland? Eventually I won't have printer problems. Well, that's just not true. Gimishkar, that's just that's a long wait for a train that ain't coming. Boy, that dog just won't hunt. That's not gonna happen. Now, you might not have these printer problems that you currently have, but you will have printer problems. Always and forever. You just need to embrace that. How you doing today, by the way, Dr. Rhino? It's good to see you. I know how that goes, Sphere. Sometimes you just gotta give yourself a break, you know? Beating my head against the wall for 4 days to get what I'm printing now to work. Yeah, printing goes in these weird fits and starts. At least it's been my experience. I'll spend months just printing, and not a hitch. No problems to be seen, and then bam, I just develop some random problem that I can't fix, and that drags out for a few months, and then it'll, you know, you'll figure out whatever the hell that stupid little thing was, you'll put in the time to get it fixed, and the printer will run nice and smooth for a good long time, and then boom, you're gonna hit one of those. You're gonna hit one of those again. At an epic Battletech event on Saturday. How did it go? What kind of event? Campaign play? How many people? We need details. Took Saturday off work so I could play Battletech. How'd that go, Happy Hair? A lot of people have been getting in Battletech games lately, and that makes me happy. And this was true for most tabletop games, but from, 2019, 2020, even through 2021, it was just like, I mean, you know how things have been. So a lot of people have been building, painting, and it's been so hard to get out and actually get games. But now it's happening regularly again. I'm seeing more play happen, and it's wonderful. It's wonderful. Even I'm getting out to my friendly local game store every now and then and being like, oh yeah, that's what this is about. Oh yeah, being in a room with other people can actually be a good time. Now and then. In small doses. Oh, you took off this upcoming Saturday to get some Battletech in. I see, Happy Heretic. Well, you're gonna have a good number of damn good looking figures to bring at any rate. Oh, we will, Dweghum. We will, Dweghum. I hope that you continue to share your journey with us as you paint more Legion figures, though, dude, because you have been nailing, absolutely fucking nailing the speed paint methods lately, and I've been liking it. Small doses, all right. Fire Spray, how have you been? You've been doing a lot of work on Legion stuff lately. I've been following you on Instagram and looking really, really good. That dewback? Oof. Oof. I feel like I lack the imagination to do really interesting, like, scale patterns when it comes to lizards. I always like looking at them, but when it comes to painting them, I'm like, oh, it's a lizard, it should be green. And then I see the things that like Fire Spray does, and I'm just like, whew, oh yeah, that's the business right there. Don't know how I can top the pizza mechs. I would say with some pepperoni, maybe some olives. I like onions myself. Yeah, and see, like, we all as painters, we all have our individual strengths. And I'm much more hard surface focused than I generally am organic. I got some water? I do. Alright, let's paint some stuff. What do you say? Oh, my camera isn't working. We're off to a great start. Hang on. Oh, come on. There we go. I'm sure that won't repeat itself or be an issue at all today. Everybody cross your fingers. Ugh, I gotta clean my airbrush tonight. I don't clean it enough. I don't clean it as often as I should, and it gets gummed up, and I know that that just makes the cleaning process even worse, but, you know, we don't take hints around these parts. Oh, Hamburg, thank you for the reminder. Ah, there we go. You work on more brass and gold NMM. Brass and gold are both, they're tricky, because they're subtle differences. Subtle differences, though. I would say Dr. Rhino and Wombat Combat Prime lately have been doing some non-metallic metal that is just so nice. It's so nice. Oh my god. You guys have, if you haven't checked out Wombat Combat and Dr. Rhino's old Dominion models they've been doing for Conquest, pop over on Instagram and check them out. Oh, is it really? Ooh, hang on 1 second, folks. I need to check something out outside. I'll be right back. Why, Mr. Square Peg, thank you so much for saying so. I figure I should give everybody a little bit of a heads up. I was just alerted and I went to check out, in the last 10 minutes, a kind of fucking insane storm broke out outside, which I'm like, good, because we need the moisture, but it's like crazy windy and really kind of hammering my window right now that I listen. Wow, it's actually really loud. If I suddenly get cut off, that's the explanation. If we lose power suddenly, which is entirely possible, unfortunately, but, you know, if it happens, it happens. Here we are. It's kind of amazing that I can hear it through my headphones. Alright. It is frickin' windy, isn't it? Isn't it just Square Peg? Need to figure out more of a speed NMM and not be perfect with it for line model. Yeah, Sphere, that is the challenge, is not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. It's something that so many of us face. This is the Thunderhead Studio, you're not wrong. Though, we haven't had, like, any storms all year. It'll be because, yeah, Dr. Rhino will drop a pun, and I'll just be like, oh no, I've been disconnected. End stream. That is the trick. So, I want to go over this guy. And does anything stand out on him as unfinished? To anybody? I think he's done. I think this Vader is complete from my 3 viewing angles. There's our reverse angle here. Our forward left angle. Our forward right angle. These are the 3 golden angles. I don't think I missed anything. I think he's done. I think his basing is done. I think the green glow. I mean, other than the lack of cowbell, obviously Hamburg tack. So I'm going to set him to the side to get a varnishing. Oof, I am sorry to hear that, Thunder Chicken. Terribly, terribly sorry. This guy is done. It was this one that I'd want to come back and finish, and I think it's just touching up his lightsaber slightly. I think the glow all looks pretty good. I think the fabric looks pretty good. I think touching up his eye lens there is something that I haven't done. But I think mostly it's just cleaning up and touching up the lightsaber. So I'm going to go ahead and do some of that. Thank you so much for saying so, L Fire Spray. They were just posting about this particular model on the Steel Warrior Studios Discord. One of this figure is for sale for $950. $950 for one model. And it's just... I hate the collector's market. I really, really hate the collector's market. It's so dumb. Like, there are only 500 of this model that they made, and, like, most of them will never see a painter's brush. Most of them will never leave the box, and that breaks my heart. They became a collector's commodity, and that's just nonsense. It's a model for a game. It should be painted. It should be played with, for that matter. $950? They were selling this for $30 at the FFG booth at Star Wars Celebration 2019. Like, there's no justification for that price. None whatsoever. It's just nonsense. I was lucky enough to get this one for just $50. But that apparently isn't a thing anymore. And when I went out, because I do that when I paint models like this that I want to look really nice, I went out looking for, like, who else has painted this model? What other paint jobs can I sort of reference, and what did they have some good ideas maybe I want to use? I couldn't find but like 2 painted examples of this model online. It's crazy. Still in shrink wrap. That's a damn shame. That's a damn shame. Models are made to be played with, boy. We slapping oils? Oh yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna be doing some reds tonight, and I think I'm gonna be cleaning up this lightsaber a little bit, so we might as well get to it. Where's my indigo? There it is. Freshen up my indigo base a little bit. Painted my limited edition Primaris Lieutenant. Hell yeah, Sphere. It just breaks my heart when something that is meant to be enjoyed, like these models are, winds up living in a box because of just... I hate to get into a position where my point is just like, capitalism bad. But I hate the collector's market, and I always have. It's so artificial, it's so manufactured, it's so fake. This model is not worth $950. I don't give a shit how few of them there are. That's insane. Jay Schaefer, welcome in, dude. How you been? How's things? I hope you've been well. And if anybody out there is willing to pay $950 for that model, you're just being robbed. $9.99 on eBay. Ugh. It's a fake. Oh, I should clip that. That's classic. It's a fake. I like, that's a case where I recommend, like, you can find recasts of this model. Some of them wound up in the hands of Chinese recasters. Go buy those. Don't pay people $1,000. That's insane. I don't feel too bad for the guy who sculpted it, because, you know, I'm sure he got paid, and I'm sure that's all he really cared about at the end of the day, but it's tragic that he went to the work of making it, and it's like, oh, let me see if anybody painted my model. 4 people did in the whole fucking world. Catching up on some Krieg for Kill Team. Nice. And yeah, short-lived makes sense, Data Nerd, but that doesn't mean it won't knock out our power sometimes, so I just wanted people to be aware. Hopefully it won't. Riot Sister!
Hello there.
How you doing tonight? I'm gonna freshen this guy up a little bit. Some of this indigo. Not a full pre-glaze, just to freshen up. I'm gonna hit the top spots. And only because I did let him sit for a week after glazing him like an idiot, but, you know, it's not the dumbest thing I've done, even just today. I know Etsy is a controversial topic here. Not necessarily that controversial, Roland. Like, Etsy itself certainly isn't. Some sellers on Etsy kind of are, but even then, not even that bad. It feels good to be back at the painting desk. Original designer and maker, please feel free. If someone's like designing original shit and selling it on Etsy, more power to them. Is it Wargame Forge? Because I admire the shit out of that guy. He's amazing. Alright, freshen up some of these non-red spots. I'm gonna do some blue metallic. At least that's the operant theory right now. Hey, this Mechanic Games. You know how the painting's going? It is going at all, and that is, by its very definition, a positive. If I'm painting at all, I'm doing something right. Whatever it is. Whatever standard it's getting painted to. If my brush is slapping paint on plastic, I'm having a good day, you know what I mean? How about you, this Mechanic Games? How's your painting journey going? How you liking the oil paint? I continue to love oil paints. I have, at this point, a difficulty going back to acrylic work. I enjoy oil painting so much. I feel like barely scratched the surface of what it is capable of doing. And I intend to dig a little deeper. I mean, I'm making a little bit of a mess, but it's okay. It's okay. I'll live. Oh, I need to share some pictures of the jumping DeTomaso. I'm almost done with that pose. I forgot to share pictures today. That's the final version, and then it's gonna be actually available for sale after that. Yeah, that's the thing, this Mechanic Games, is if you have the room for them and you have the time for them, they're very freeing. I think it's also easier to get into the habit of thinking in terms of color theory using oils, because you're not as locked into the paint-by-numbers methodology that's sort of encouraged by a lot of acrylic paint manufacturers. Acrylics absolutely still have their strengths, and I think that acrylics are the right choice for, I think, the majority of hobbyist mini painters out there, just because they don't involve having solvents around, they're easier to get into, they're water-based, they're easy to clean up, but, like, if you want to take that next step into mini painting, if you really want to push the boundaries, there's so much freedom you can get by using oils. It is a shame, Kursala. It's a shame, at least not from many of the huge manufacturers. Though there is this weird little company. It's run by just like the strangest dude, but he makes these awesome acrylic paints. You might have heard of him. The company's called Rainy River Designs. That's not a good joke. None of my jokes are very good. Why do I make jokes? I'm not a comedian. And his wife too, and his paint-tacular kid. That's the wildest part, really. Alright, Alright, let those sit for a wee little bit. Let's come back in with a little bit of fresh cadmium red here. Oh no, 2 thin coats, Mr. Duncan Rhodes. That guy is a bit of a dynamo. That much is true. And your little dog, too. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, but guys, if you haven't checked out... you know, I have a hard time recommending oil paints to new painters for a number of reasons. I always recommend you kind of start with acrylics. And there are far worse places to start than picking up some of the amazing paint kits available from Rainy River Designs. Which, of course, you should remember. You can always hit !Rainy River in chat to get a link over to Rainy River Designs, where you can find acrylic paints and flocking and even Thunderhead Studios merchandise. Oh my god, nepotism. I need another cup because I put too much indigo in my other one. I'm always excited when I look in the storm report and I see somebody is painting with RRD. God damn, cadmium red is just such a kick in the teeth. It is a violent red. We're going to block it out, let it sit for a little bit, blend it in, do a few highlights, and call this red done. That's my plan. Oh, Puck Dutcher, thank you for the reminder. I am going to be using this recipe for red again on some Beyond the Gates of Antares Algoran. I kind of decided to just go with the studio scheme on them because they really look good in red. So how should I base these guys, chat? I'm thinking about just going with some kind of standard green flocking, maybe some broken, like tree trunks or something on the base. Sort of a foresty theme for them. I don't think I'm going to do anything too crazy or too complex or urban bases or anything, and I think since they're kind of monochrome red, going with a green is going to be a good contrast to the mech itself. But I'm open to suggestions. With buttery biscuits. Base them biscuits. Mm-hmm. Call them French fried mechs. Mm-hmm. Where the fuck did this? Where did Sling Blade come from? What is that even a reference to? '90s GW style goblin green base with green fly. Yeah, for the classics, right? It is classic Battletech, is it not? Older brother just got a sweet new red truck, and it's so loud of a red. Yeah, red is a tricky color. But when you find that right one, holy hell, it I mean, you guys saw me building up this red last time. As soon as the cadmium started going down, it was just like, oh yeah, we're painting this mech red. Holy hell. Get these chunky little Ninja Turtle fingers here. Which was that was the phrase that I used to describe them to Jungle Plague when I was telling him we were going through the final design phase on this. I was like, Ninja Turtle fingers. He didn't know what I meant. It made sense to me. The truck is loud too. How you doing, Hypnotic Mom? It's good to see you. So far from being just a metaphor, then. Anybody played any good, new, unexpected games lately? I've been in a video gamey mood. Obviously, we played a little bit of Resident Evil 6 on Sunday, and we're going to be getting some more of that down next week, but anything out there take you by surprise? I've had one. I've had one game take me by surprise lately, and another game that returned that I'm really excited about. Not really, huh? Starship Troopers Terran Command. Yeah, I played through that and didn't hate it. I expected to hate it, and I didn't hate it, which is, you know, that's a pleasant surprise. It's not an amazing game, but it is actually quite a lot of fun for a quick playthrough. I wish that it had more features. That was my thought playing that game, was I wish this game had, like, multiplayer. I wish there was an option where I could play as the bugs, but it's a new game from a small developer, so I'm hoping that with some time they'll go ahead and add some stuff like that in. But the single-player campaign is good for what it is. It needs some help with the pathfinding. The pathfinding is a little bit goofy. I have a random question about the Thunderhead Hex-Tech terrain. The Trinity City slums buildings have triangular and rectangular shapes on the facade. Was the intention that they were decorative, windows, or what? The intention of them is that they are something between merely decorative and like sunshades over windows. They're primarily just meant to be decorative, though. Or possibly panels that have been used to repair damage. I think there's a few decent interpretations for what those could possibly be. Alright, let's blend this red out a little bit. Let it sit for a few, give it some final highlights, and then we'll detail it, and I will move on to another one. There's a nice soft brush to blend with. There we go. Absolutely, Ultrazine! Altruizine. There we go. How have you been liking those prints, by the way? We're gonna have some new Hextech designs starting to get previewed here pretty soon. I hope they've been treating you well, though. Haven't played a game in the full city's worth yet, even a few scattered across the map sheet. No, it's okay. Ass a ton of gameplay. Ass that game right up. That's all I can possibly hope for. I bought some of your product, and, well, it just assed my game. Just assed it. Hey, Shiny Mew Paints, is good to see. I've been playing a shitload of Stellaris. Oof. That's hard to miss. I think the Thunderbot still oh, I didn't turn off the... I can disable that with one click. I forgot that I put the multi-stream declaration on a timer. But we can go ahead and fix that. Boom, there we go. All fixed up. Pardon me. So, I discovered a game recently that surprised the hell out of me as far as how much I enjoyed it. I didn't expect to like it at all. I bought it on the cheap, and you know how Steam is. I will often buy games on there with the intention of just playing them for under 2 hours and then returning them if I don't like them, because, you know, you have that ability. Might as well take advantage of it as a customer. And I picked up... It's called, I want to say, King Arthur: A Knight's Tale. I'm pretty sure that's the full name of the game. It has the most uninspiring name, and I just kind of assumed that every game based on King Arthur or the Knights of the Round Table is going to be dog shit, and I only assume that because 99% of them are. And it's actually really good. I have been genuinely surprised at how much fun I have had with that game. Myself some alizarin crimson here to work with. Oh god. Drop a little bit of this in around the edges on some of these blends. And see how that helps. Playing that right now, how they have an almost 40K-ified interpretation of the setting. Yeah, it's a very, very interesting interpretation of the King Arthur myth and characters. I was kind of drawn in immediately when it's like, oh, you play as Mordred after he killed King Arthur. I'm like, well, that's unique. I don't know that... admittedly, again, I tend to avoid games that are based on the King Arthur myth because most of them seem to fail to live up to any expectations of quality. And it's possible that other games have done something similar and I'm just unaware of it, but it struck me as fairly novel. But the combat system is what really gets me. There's a lot of quality voice acting, an interesting enough story based on Avalon. But the combat system is really interesting and surprisingly deep once you get into it. Plays kind of like an XCOM style game where you build your roster of knights and level them up as you want, and you have like permanent death. But they give you enough different nights that you can really kind of play with it and have fun, you know? Either way, I've been very impressed by that game. I've also been excited recently to find out that Fallen Earth is back after the servers went offline about 2 years ago. The developer of Fallen Earth has brought the game back, apparently entirely as a hobby, because it's entirely free to play now, and it literally doesn't have a cash shop, which kind of blew my mind. It's not even like Fallen Earth didn't used to have a cash shop, it's just that that's how you do free-to-play MMOs. You have a cash shop. Whether it's just for cosmetics, or whether it is for, you know, in-game pay-to-win type shit, or however you implement it, you have a cash shop. You let people give you money. This dude is just like, no. I won't take your money. I just want to run my game. And I have so much respect for that. I've been kind of getting back into Fallen Earth. It is, yeah, you can get it on Steam right now. Fallen Earth Classic. It's free to play, and there is no cash shop currently. Maybe he'll put one in. I kind of wish he would, because I've literally reached a point where I'm like, let me love you. Let me give you my money. And he won't, and it's frustrating. Fallen Earth ain't for everybody, but it is one of my favorite MMO experiences. It got me thinking, has anybody... I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to do this. I don't stream games that much. I mostly stream painting, obviously. And then 3D design and so on and so forth. I've certainly never streamed an MMO. That seems different to even streaming, like, single-player games. That seems like a whole realm of bullshit. I don't even know if anybody would want to watch that. Me just, like, running around the wasteland, killing scorpions and shit. If we do something like that, it'll probably just be because it happens to be what I'm doing on my own that day, and I decided to run a stream, not because we put it over one of our usual stream times. But I've thought a few times about it. I like to share my gameplay with folks when y'all have the time to watch. Have I played the game Battle Brothers? I feel like I've heard of it. I have not played it to my knowledge. And when I say I feel like I've heard of it, I feel like I've seen the name. I couldn't tell you much about it. Gonna check it out. Please do, Square Peg. I fucking love Fallen Earth. Kurosawa, the game I was talking about, is called King Arthur: A Knight's Tale. And it is excellent. I'm genuinely shocked to be able to recommend that game. I really didn't expect it to be good, but I've been enjoying it quite a lot. Lore Runner streaming Star Trek Online right now, also successfully streamed WoW all the way through, and Star Wars The Old Republic thrice. That's the thing, like, I know it's a thing. I know streaming MMOs is a thing, but what I doubt is that people in this community would be terribly interested in watching any of it. Hey, Voxel Forge, good to see you. Streamed the rebooted SWG back when I was streaming and had a fair amount of views. Well, it's not just about the views. It's not just about the views. I don't stream on Twitch to be a streamer, if that makes any sense at all. I stream on Twitch to motivate myself to keep working, to keep painting, to keep growing, and just do it as a fun way to kind of interface with the community. So I always ask myself, like, would people even want to... Should I save that for my private time? I don't know. Hey, Merlin Models. Good to see you, man. Thank you for saying so, Voxel Forge. Yeah, I think it came out pretty nice. I Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, is like, if I'm streaming an MMO, like, what do I do? There's gonna be vast periods of time where nothing is happening. I have to... I mean, part of the reason I thought about doing it is because I get bored playing MMOs, and I think having people to chat with would make it more fun. Other than global chat, which is 99% of the time just a fucking nightmare in most MMOs. You allowed to and or willing to provide a hint or estimate regarding the ETA of the upcoming new Hex Tech designs? It's in the 2 to 3 months range. There will be previews prior to that. I can tell you that the general theme of it is mining colony. And extraction hardware in general. I like to create sets that are evocative and that make for good table building and good objective pieces. Feeling pretty good about this red overall. I think I'm going to let him be. And we're going to move on to some of our other mechs here. Thank you for saying so, Wily Cliff. I want to freshen up the Alizarin Crimson on my Battlemaster and then lay into him with some Cadmium Red too. Wish I'd just kept up my painting on these guys last week and not given it a week break, or I wouldn't have to refresh my oils that way, but it's not really that hard to do, so can't complain too much. Still keeping this nice deep plum color as a base. Doing an already maxed out character and run through the story. Yeah, and ultimately I think if I do stream any kind of an MMO like Fallen Earth, the primary purpose of it will be to just keep myself amused while I go through low game content again, because the one thing is the servers did get wiped. So my old high-level... everybody's old high-level characters are just gone now. That would not be the sort of thing I would do because I'm like, we're gonna do it, guys! We're gonna get partner by streaming Fallen Earth. It would just be more like, hey, will someone hang out with me while I make bandages for 5 hours? Maybe we can make it fun. I'm doing good, Merlin Models. How are you today, my friend? I hope everything is going well for you. I hope the heat wave is not kicking your ass too much. We're having our own small version of that over here. After the latest mini, there are actually, Wily Cliff. If we talk to Jungle Plague again, we've got 3 to 4 designs to add to that line. From both Project Dark Fox and Jungle Plague. Oh yeah, that's basically an armpit. Downloading Fallen Earth Classic right now. Enjoy, Happy Heretic. Actually, ping me on Discord, because I would not mind playing with you at all. I'm still in Bone Claw with my remade character. Fallen Earth is one of the few MMOs I ever really got into. I have very fond memories of it, and I look forward to playing more of it. I think one of my favorite things about it is that you can kind of level up any way you want in that game. There's really no wrong answers. let him sit for a minute. Do a little spongy sponge on my Bushman. Give him the same treatment. Just freshening, really. Finally finished Sergeant Harker. Cockneys versus zombies win. That may happen. That may genuinely happen. I would estimate October. I do like to theme our movie nights. And that might be a good one for October, or maybe even the month before. Halloween is one of my favorite holidays. And if Christmas is allowed to invade other months, I say why not Halloween too? Like Cockneys versus zombies and like dog soldiers. See that I redeemed the second storm report. Wanted to make sure. Yes, the mod should have that taken care of for you, Shiny Mew. Alright, let's lay into this fool with some alizarin crimson. We want less paint on the brush. That's kind of overdoing it there. Bring it down, bring it down. There we go. Just building up that nice base plum. Your Anthony Starr signed for an MCU appearance? As whom? Who is he going to play in the MCU? That's news that would have excited me once, and these days I'm like, I don't know. Straight after The Blob, we do need to watch The Blob. Frank Darabont's The Blob from the 80s is so damn good. It is better than you probably remember it. Rumored. Okay. There is a way, Puck Duncher, by redeeming channel points. It's one of the only things channel points are good for, as a matter of fact. Dark Traveler Miniatures hitting that 16 months. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for the support. Dark Traveler, how have you been, my friend? How you doing, O'Coral? Battletech 2 weeks in a row? Oh my god. Technically, this mini doesn't exist in Battletech. If we want to get technical, if we want to get battle technical, This is the design from Fang of the Sun Dougram that never made it into Battletech. Well, one of several designs, to be fair. There were others. There's also the Nikolaev, which is a fucking abomination. Give me a break, Kursal. I'm running out of ideas here. Less than motivated to paint these days. You know, Dark Traveler, the advice I always give for that, the advice that works for me, if I am not feeling motivated to paint, and I start to feel bad about it, and I start trying to make myself do it, I start feeling less motivated to paint than I did before. The best way I've found, and this may or may not work for you, to find that motivation again, is to just do something else for a while. Pick something completely different to work on. Either pick a completely different painting project to work on if you absolutely want to keep painting, or do something other than painting for a while. And give yourself some time to come back around to it. Because generally speaking, you will. Wait until you feel that fire again, because your best painting happens when you're feeling fired up, you know? Or the crab gunner, and the desert,
Well,
the tequila gunner.
Go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I think now's a good time to take a break. Found the grub screw. Brain forgot the lead screw was on the printer. The lead screw. Found the grub screw under the printer. Yeah, maybe. Give yourself a little time. We feel this pressure, and I think a lot of it is social media, this pressure to keep painting, to keep going, to work harder. The advice that went around a few years ago from fucking, who was that? Was that Will Wheaton? The just do it fucking advice. And it's like, that's good for some things, but when it comes to art, like a lot of the time, maybe you need to break the monotony. Maybe you need to do anything else to give your brain a chance to remember why it liked it in the first place. We're not all the same. The same thing is not going to motivate all of us. Was that Shia LaBeouf? I don't fucking know. They're the same person, aren't they? They're both kind of chuds. I think Shia's probably the better actor between them. Actual candy. Yeah, that was one of the best things he did. You know what? You want a hot take? You want a real fucking hot take? You want something that's about to lose me follows? You want to hear something? Are you ready? I liked Shia LaBeouf in Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. That's right. You heard me. I'm not even lying. I thought the character of Mutt was perfectly fine. Some weaknesses, yeah, and some dumb shit that happened later on in the movie, but the concept was fine, and the performance was decent. He was a talented actor. See, that's the thing, that what happened with Shia LaBeouf, Achilles, was plagiarism. It wasn't that he was like a terrible actor that everybody hated, it's that he straight up plagiarized some shit. And that is a bit of a problem. People did not like that, and I don't blame him. He's full of shit. But I feel like he sort of disappeared from the limelight for a while, and he's a talented enough actor. I think he has a chance to come back. I don't know what it is that he's been up to lately. Conceivably something. Liked him in Constantine. Yeah, he was decent in that movie for what it was. Unsubbed, unfollowed, unloved. That's gonna go on my house crest, Datron Voltari. Yeah, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, like, for all the shit that it got, it had some perfectly fine elements in it. It's just the movie got dumber and dumber as it went along, and Karen Allen had no business being in it. The movie had no business being made. But, you know, I soften towards movies like that sometimes over time. It took me a long time to come around on Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Not that I think Crystal Skull is even anywhere close to as good as Temple of Doom. And Temple of Doom is downright problematic at this point. But it still has some things to love. Some memorable scenes. I guess mostly it's just that I used to hold properties like Indiana Jones as far more sacrosanct than I think, in retrospect, it really deserves. How you doing, Eternal? Can't complain too much. I actually like the first Transformers movie that Michael Bay did. I mean, I watched it and liked it at the time. I don't think it's a good movie, but, you know, movies don't have to be good to be kind of fun. I think that a lot of people these days have confused, I don't like this, with this is bad. And these are not equivalent statements. And vice versa. I like this does not mean this is good. Doesn't mean that it's particularly well crafted. It might just entertain you for whatever reason.
Welcome back.
You might just be into something dumb.
Of Cole Gray. And
That's
as
okay.
he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
I don't know. I've become much more forgiving of a lot of things these days. After the nightmare of Disney acquiring all of my favorite childhood properties, I guess I've just realized that things could be much worse than they are. And people are really unfair to a lot of properties, and I don't really want to be a part of that anymore so much. I was reading reviews for the show I've been watching the show called Moonhaven, that's coming out on AMC+. And I'm watching this show, and there's 3 episodes of it out. It's got Joe Manganiello and Mary from Lord of the Rings, Dominic Monaghan in it. And I'm like enjoying this show genuinely, unironically. And you know, you go to the internet like, oh, what does the internet have to say about this? Which is obviously a mistake. And it's just worst show ever. It's so terrible. How dare they derba. This isn't real sci-fi. And I'm like, it reminds me of something that like Isaac Asimov or Ursula Le Guin or even a young Robert Heinlein would have written. It's just not sci-fi in the sense that it's not things exploding and blasters going off every 5 minutes. And people can't comprehend the notion that sci-fi might be about some bigger things every now and then. Oh, he's dead in the closet. That's why the light's off, Hamburg. The internet was a mistake. No, I don't think you're wrong. It's like all the criticisms I've been reading for the Resident Evil show, and I find myself in this weird position of defending that show. It's not a good show. The Resident Evil show is not good, and you probably shouldn't watch it. It deserves to be canceled for a number of reasons. But as I go looking for opinions on it and I start reading people saying it's the worst thing ever for XYZ reasons, I'm like, no, that's not why it's bad. Like, what are you talking about? It does a number of things I would say right. It's even entertaining at times. People saying the acting is terrible. I mean, not really. The writing is particularly bad in some parts. Some of the acting is bad. It has some perfectly good acting in it, too. It has nothing to do with the games. It has more to do with the games than any Resident Evil property I have seen in decades that wasn't actually a part of the main run of the games. Yeah, I think meh is a good description for it, Jay Schaefer. That's the thing. It's not good. It's just not... People make out like it's the worst thing that's ever happened or some kind of an insult, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, have you played Resident Evil? Did you play any Resident Evil at all past 1? Did you even play 1, or did you just watch a fucking Let's Play on YouTube? Because I have my doubts. All of them are masterpieces. Haven't seen it, but what I've seen almost seems like the writers intentionally made it bad. I don't think so, Happy Heretic. And I've seen people post clips of it that are straight up edited to make it look worse than it is. People post an image of this dancing scene from one of the last episodes and like, this is why the show's bad. And I'm like, in context, that scene's actually fine. It has more to do with the actual story of Resident Evil than almost anything else. It references characters and events that you straight up won't understand what's happening unless you've played, like, Resident Evil 1, 2, 3. Or even 0. It tried. The thing that gets me is I don't think the show knows who its audience is. It's like the show doesn't know who it was even trying to appeal to. Because it does some things to appeal to Resident Evil fans, but then it does a lot of things to appeal to, like, young adult novel fans. And I'm like, these don't seem like the same audience at all to me. Now, okay, always take my opinion with a grain of salt, folks, because I unironically watched and enjoyed all of the 100 on the CW. So, you know, maybe that says to you, ignore everything I say. It's very possible. Voxel Forge, that's the thing. You have to watch it. That Wesker you're thinking of is in the show. In fact, it is maybe one of the greatest moments ever when, after getting used to Lance Reddick's Wesker, a version of Lance Reddick walks in who's straight up wearing the trench coat and the, like, lycra vest and the belt buckle with the 2 guns and the sunglasses and shit, and you're like, what? He, like, moves at super speed and everything, and it's bizarre to see. I think Lance Reddick had fun. If nothing else, the show is kind of worth watching for his performance. I did not... I haven't actually seen the ending of Lost. I quit that show well before the end. I will say, though, that I liked the ending of The Leftovers, and that might also tell you not to listen to me. A lot of people hated the ending of The Leftovers, and I loved it myself. Lance Reddick was born to play anything he wants to play. Lance Reddick is amazing. Either way, my core point just being that I've read a lot of critiques of things lately. Same thing with Moonhaven, where it's like... And I feel like I've played into this. I really do. Where it's just like, hating things is cool. It's become a meme. This new show is the worst thing ever because of these reasons, and I'm gonna make a YouTube channel talking about why it's the worst thing ever, and talking about how it gave me cancer, and it's just like... it's too much. At this point, it's not even honest. It just strikes me as disingenuous. A lot of the criticism of the Resident Evil show strikes me as disingenuous from people who haven't watched it, who are just climbing on the bandwagon of hating it. Same thing with Moonhaven. There's a lot of people who are just climbing on the bandwagon of hating it without actually giving it a chance, and I'm like, these same people want to ask questions like, why don't we get any good sci-fi anymore? And I'm like, maybe it's because you take a big dump on its head the second it comes out the gate, just because you don't understand everything it's trying to do. Maybe that's just possible. Just used to seeing Wesker just being smarmy Euro trash. There is money in crap critiques. Yeah, that's the problem. There is money in crap critiques. For instance, like, I never watched the Angry Joe show. I'm sure a lot of people know who Angry Joe is. I had never really watched it, and recently I tried to, and I do not get the appeal. He strikes me as one of those guys who's just like, maybe he had some good takes early on, but watching some of his takes now, it's just like, as far as I can tell, it's literally just, I get paid to hate things, so I'm gonna act like everything this thing does is the worst thing ever, with no valid critique at all that I could tell. And I just don't... Again, I feel like I have played into that. I feel like I have been a part of that, and I regret it now. No, I agree with you on that, Happy Heretic. I have zero hope for Rings of Power being any quality whatsoever. I will give it a chance. I will give the Rings of Power an honest chance. I will not just hate it for the sake of hating it, but I have very little hope for it, and I don't think it needs to exist. At all. The whole production strikes me as very cynical, and that's not a good thing. But at the same time, I watch critiques of, like, the trailers for it. And it's like, I don't always agree with, like, the critical drinker. I watch his takes on things, because he will often have a pretty good take on a number of things. But I don't agree with him on a lot of things. Which is, you know, perfectly fair. You shouldn't just mindlessly agree with everybody whose opinion you watch online. And, he's relatively fair to the trailer takes that he does on it. He seemed a little bit more upbeat about the latest one, and like he said, you know, I haven't watched the show, so I can't honestly judge it. But then he'll turn around and be like, oh, but then there's black dwarves. And I'm like, I have to be honest with you, I can't care. I really cannot give one single solitary shit. Did the original author have that in mind? Probably not, but I really, like, what the fuck does that matter or change? Like, what how does that make any difference at all? I say this as a big-time Lord of the Rings fan. I don't understand why that's a problem. He has good takes for bad reasons. I think that's a good way to put it. He will often have good takes for reasons that I don't agree with. And I guess maybe that's a difference in just, like, my values when it comes to fiction. Automat. Like, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I don't care. Like, it's... If the writing is good, if the stories are good, and then they throw in a little soulless corporate virtue signaling, like, what the fuck shit, why do I care? If it has a bad story, then none of that's gonna save it, so... Now, all of that being said, it will probably just be a big pile of shit. And I only say that because it's Amazon, and it's like everything they produce goes that way. It all becomes fan reactionary garbage that I can't stand watching. We don't, Gimishkar. Elves were always described as fair of skin, but there's an argument to be made that that is a relative judgment. Hey, Gus Schultz, good to see you. Remember Amazon Games? Oh yeah, New World went great. Just great. You know what, Happy Heretic, my biggest problem with it, honestly, is, for the love of God, just do something new. Just do something new. Do anything new. I don't care what the fuck it is. I don't care whose agenda it's pushing. I don't care whether people feel like it's virtue signaling. I don't care if it's cynical and performative. Just do something new. Give me a new story, a new setting, anything at all. But the people are terrified to put their money into anything that isn't an already proven property, and as a result, we just don't get anything new anymore. And when we do get new things like Moonhaven, people take a big dump on them. And then we don't get new things, and that's why. So people like me go, well, why don't we get new things? And then they take a shit on new things, and then they stop making new things because they don't make money. And then we turn around and go, why don't we get new things? And the cycle fucking continues. Probably can't be any worse than the shit show that was Wheel of Time. I mean, probably. I guess that's a positive. I don't know. I just didn't enjoy Wheel of Time and couldn't keep watching it. I liked that Netflix series Shadow and Bone, which I understand is based on a series of books as well. There's nothing fundamentally wrong with that. I think the main characters were boring as shit, but the secondary characters were all really interesting. Exactly, Happy Heretic. It doesn't have to be amazing. Just do anything original. I'm so sick of based on a book and based on Lord of the Rings and it's a prequel to a thing that you already like. Blah blah blah. We're doing a new more Star Wars, more Marvel, more DC, another spin-off of Game of Thrones. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Are there no original ideas out there? Another property from your childhood that we're gonna misinterpret and mangle. Oh joy. That's probably the biggest problem with that Resident Evil show, is that it doesn't need to exist. Do something new. I'll come up with a name for you. We're gonna call it Dead Reckoning. That's the name of your show. Make the same fucking show, call it that. Not that we need any more zombie fiction as it is. Nobody wants to be first. New is risky, and that's precisely my point. That's precisely my point, is nobody's allowed to take risks anymore. Things have to be a guaranteed banger, and it's just like... If nobody's allowed to take risks, we're simply never going to get anything good ever again. It's going to be the same gray sludge that we've been sucking down for the last 20 years. I cheered for all this as a kid, for all these properties to be expanded on, and all these stories set in these universes that I love so much. I cheered for it. I didn't know how much of a nightmare it was going to be. So the reference to the last Storm Report, there were a bunch of hidden images that can only be seen under blacklight. Oh, okay. I wasn't totally sure, Shiny Mew. I kind of inferred that from what looked like a blacklight that was on it, but I wasn't totally sure. Mecha doesn't sell for whatever reason, like, you know, The number of live-action mech-based properties that have succeeded in the US can be counted on one hand with fingers left over. And even that's arguable. They just don't do well. And I mean, it makes me sad. I don't really understand it. But that just seems to be how it is. Western audiences don't like big robots. Pacific Rim should have done better, but didn't. But Robot Jock. Robot Jock's nearly... like, that's the worst example you could give. Voxel Forge. Robot Jock's nearly bankrupted Charles Band's production company. I can confirm, having spoken to Charles Band about the movie, that he loathes it and wishes that he hadn't made it. I believe when I mentioned the film to him, he referred to it as, "Oh yeah, that piece of shit." Robot Jocks is what gave Fasa the idea for Clans. Double-edged sort of a movie for me. Ooh, yeah, I guess I could kind of see that. I'm not a Clan fan myself. Not a Clanner fanner, as it were. Sci-fi is also expensive to make. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. The Expanse didn't really pick up until Amazon kind of got their hooks in it, and that's another hot take. I feel like the Expanse did nothing but circle the drain after Amazon started making it. But I know that's not a popular opinion. Everyone seems to insist that the first season of The Expanse was the worst, even though that was my favorite one. Maybe I just have shit taste. Maybe that's what's going on here. I guess it's possible. And yet people love AT-ATs, telling you go Birdmechs and you'll do fine. Boo! Boo this man! I love the first season of The Expanse. Do people not like mystery stories? I love mystery stories. A murder mystery that cracks open a conspiracy. This is one of my favorite setups for anything. I don't even think the last few seasons of The Expanse, the ones that Amazon did, I don't think they were bad. I just feel like they weren't as good. None of them were bad. They just were showing problems that they didn't have before, in my opinion. Continuing on with our cadmium red. Just more plausible and look more lethal. And see, that's just a taste thing, Automat. I guess they look more plausible, but I think that what makes humanoid mechs appealing to me is that they represent, to me, better the initial setting of Battletech, which is the Mad Max in space idea. When I look at a humanoid Battlemech, something like the Battlemaster, what I see in it is an empire ascendant. I see a humanity that has achieved a level of technology where their concept of practicality has transcended ours because their technology has moved so far beyond us. And then they fell, and now we're stuck with these designs that hearken to an age we'll never see again. But then I was a fan of the initial Battle Droids premise that they literally can't build mechs anymore, so... As always, take my opinion with a grain of salt. Yeah, Wiley Cliff, that's definitely true. I prefer a story that ends. And when a show gets popular, it's not allowed to end. They have to make as many seasons as they can to make money for as long as they can, because they don't know when the next property is going to come along that memes like the one they've got now. And when it just becomes, let's write as much as we can, then everything becomes dilute and diffuse, and the stories turn to shit, and the characters flanderize, and I lose interest. This is why I like Mike Flanagan's work, because he just writes like, here's the story, and now it's over and we're done and we're out of there. Oh, okay. It's refreshing. Nothing's allowed to end anymore. Everything has to spin off into something fucking new. Old man yells at cloud. That's what I should have titled this fucking stream. Because it's like, what am I saying? I'm saying that the people with money should stop wanting to make more money. And like, I might as well say that gravity should stop existing. The sky should change color because I want it to. Like, why don't I just rail against the fundamental laws of the universe? Watched Heroes while deployed. Yeah. The writer's strike hit Heroes really hard. I was watching the show at the time, and I remember that. That was rough. People forget about the writer's strike. That was a weird time. Suddenly a bunch of shows just got a lot worse. Stopped making any sense at all. It was awkward to say the least. Continuum? No, I think you're thinking of Defiance. Continuum did end, though. Continuum had an ending, which I appreciated. It wasn't the greatest ending. It was kind of bittersweet. I actually did like that about it. It did feel a little bit like they were like, oh shit, we need to end this, let's write one real quick. But it had an ending, and it wasn't all puppy dogs and rainbows, and I did appreciate that about it. The ending made sense. Yeah, Continuum was the one with the time-traveling, corporate police officer. That's the basic premise. Also, one of the most disappointing things that happened in Continuum is at the beginning of one of the seasons, they had some other dudes time travel, and they showed up in, like, power armor, like, big suits of it, and they kicked a bunch of ass, and then they immediately got out of the power armor and stored it, and we never saw it again. And I was like, okay, I mean, it's a budget thing, but that still hurt. At least we got the... Ty Olsson in the show after that. Ty Olsson's always a pleasure. Terra Nova could have been amazing. I was really into Terra Nova, and yeah. Same thing with, what was it called? Almost Human, with Carl Urban. Really, really interesting premise, and Fox, like, sabotaged the show. They literally played it out of order. Ferrat, by the way, I'm so sorry I missed your follow a few minutes ago. The Pethus, thank you both for the follows. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to me waving my cane at the sky. I'm sorry. I try not to just, like, whine and bitch constantly. I just have a lot of things to whine and bitch about. How about Fringe? I never finished Fringe. I actually really enjoyed Fringe for a while, but I never finished watching it. I fell out of the show after it started becoming more serialized and less Monster of the Week. I liked the early Monster of the Week episodes, but I also understand that that is like the opposite opinion of what is accepted, so... Everybody seems to hate Monster of the Week shows these days. I don't know why. Ooh, I'm glad you like the red, Jungle Plague. Yeah, it's come together pretty nicely, I'd say. I don't know, I'm still new to doing this red, but I'm getting the hang of it. Trying to do it quickly, but still maintain some of the gradients. Same thing happened with X-Files. Yes, I feel exactly the same way, Wiley Cliff. I got really, really out of the Mythos episodes, and then suddenly everything was the Mythos episode, and I did not like it. Everything became about the black oil, and it was like, oh no. Mulder's brother, blah, 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 blah. Bunch of bullcrap. I can proudly say that I watch no reality television. Like literally none. Not even the ones that are arguably okay. I patronize none of it. Unfortunately, the executives that have all the power really don't give a crap what I do. So it's ultimately meaningless, but it means something to me. Oh, this red is coming together pretty decent, I think. Let's see if we can't go a little quicker on the Shadowhawk. Just block in these brighter areas, nice and quick and dirty. Amphibia, I have not watched. Gravity Falls, have not watched. Oh, wow, there's a lot of things that I haven't watched. Stan vs. Evil, I'm assuming, is the last one. I did like Stan vs. Evil. That was a lot of fun. But, you know, that's, shit, what's the actor's name? Oh, God, I know his name. He's been in so many things. Let's see his face. I can think of his characters' names. Why can't I think of the actor's name? It's gonna drive me crazy. I hate it when I do that. He was in Platoon, for Christ's sake. He was Dr. Cox in Scrubs. That's what most people would know him from. Star, not Oh, you're fucking with me, Datron. Oh my god, his name is right on the tip of my tongue. He was in the Belko Experiment. John McGinley. John C. McGinley. Thank you, Data Nerd. Yes. The Belko Experiment wasn't terrible. I didn't particularly like the ending of it, but I like those, like, people go crazy and the, like, you're in a normal situation and then suddenly it turns violent and people's darker impulses come out. Like, I always like those movies. They usually have weak endings, though. It's hard to end a movie that's mostly built on a premise. Oh, I couldn't talk too much about Stan vs. Evil. It's been a long time since I've watched it, but I just remember enjoying it thoroughly. I enjoy it in the same way that I enjoyed Ash vs. the Evil Dead. It's both funny and also dramatically well put together. And, you know, in both cases, it's mostly about watching the main actor have a whole lot of fun. In that case, John C. McGinley. In the case of Ash vs. the Evil Dead, obviously Bruce Campbell. Tucker and Dale vs. Evil. That is one that I am still shocked has not gotten a sequel. Tucker and Dale vs. Evil is great. I still laugh when I think about the teenagers accidentally killing themselves. And them just being like, no, 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 stop doing that. So they end up being like the slasher villains, even though they're really not doing anything. The one kid, like, runs face first into a wood chipper. Or he comes running out of the cabin. He's, like, covered in bees, so he just looks like he's crazed and yelling and swinging a chainsaw, and the kid runs through the forest and, like, right into a sharp branch and kills himself. Damn college kids. That movie is funny. Again, the ending of that one is kind of weak, but ending movies is hard. I forgive them. Damn college kids and their suicide pacts. I should watch that one again. Hot Fuzz, one of the best comedies of all time. We were just talking about that. And, saying that we should do a dual watch of Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz. I'm not a huge fan of the third of what they call the Cornetto trilogy. What is it, World's End? I think that's the name of it. I think I saw it once, and I'm like, it's okay. But Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead are so good. I think Hot Fuzz might be better than Shaun of the Dead, but Shaun of the Dead kind of stands out for what it is, when it happened, and how different it was. World's End, like, it's kind of forgettable. It's okay. It's not a bad movie, it's just that comparing it to Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead seems disingenuous, except insofar as it is technically made by the same people. That's not their fault, though, Alara Kerensky. This is why I don't watch trailers. And I wouldn't say literally all of the funny parts, but some of the funniest parts, yes. That's right. He's the fucking that is Bill Nighy is his father-in-law, or not his father-in-law, but his stepdad. And he turns into a zombie, and they're like, no, you can't, he's not him anymore. And then he fucking turns off the radio in the car because he can't stand the loud music. And they're like, okay, we just gotta go. It was such, like, it's genuinely a good zombie movie, and then it's also a good, like, meta-commentary on the genre. Every time there's a zombie movie and they refuse to use the word zombie, they call them something else stupid. I just always think of, don't say that word! The Z word. Well, why not? Well, because it's ridiculous. Like new mech games and shows. Yeah, don't say the M word. Yeah. I don't watch trailers basically at all anymore. I will watch a trailer up until the point where I'm like, I would like to watch this movie. If I have any interest in the movie at all, I turn it off immediately. I try to go in knowing just nothing. Even if the movie isn't great, I would rather experience it fresh. That's how I got to enjoy Malignant. I knew nothing about it, but somebody said that it was just crazy, and I watched it, and I'm like, it became one of my favorite, I'm not sure if it's supposed to be this stupid movies. I don't know, I really genuinely don't know if James Wan was trying to be serious with that film. I can be more forgiving in the case of mecha because, due to their nature, it's entirely reasonable that there would be a proprietary name for them, sort of decided by whoever it is that developed them first in that setting. But from a writing perspective, yes, that very much is true. Was it rad or rad? I haven't seen Top Gun Maverick. Everybody seemed to like it. I will probably watch it at some point. I don't really have that much of a connection to Top Gun, so I don't know if it's really gonna do much for me, but everybody seemed to like it. I mean, my favorite scene in Top Gun is obviously the flagrantly homoerotic volleyball scene, so I don't know if they're gonna reach quite the levels of eroticism that the original did. Now, vertical tanks was already a thing, Kursala. VTs, that was in Steel Battalion. There's an erotic beach football... Oh, thank God. We were just having this conversation, Dr. Rhino, that for everything that I complain about, what I hate the most is that nothing is original anymore. Even if something's good, or whether it's bad, or it's always a copy of a copy of a copy, a sequel to a prequel to a sequel, and I'm so fucking tired of it. Right? Yes. Strike me down with all of your cynicism, and your journey towards the dark side will be complete. Watch Top Gun, shave my beard, and grow a mustache. High-octane, fun dogfighting movie where there aren't that many dogfighting... Yeah, there are very, very few, actually. Unfortunately. Miserably so. Alright, let me try to do some final red highlights here. And I'm thinking Radiant Lemon. I'm thinking Gambling Radiant Lemon for my highlights. That's what we're gonna try. It's gonna go a little orangey, but with the cadmium it might not be too bad. It should stick to a scarlet. I'm gonna try applying it pretty much straight out of the tube and with a flat brush. Let's see what we can do. It's not too bad. I think I'm going to let it set a little bit more before I continue that on this guy. I just wanted to get an idea for how it's going to go down. Do I have a favorite movie this year? Commander Mittens, I really enjoyed Everything Everywhere All at Once. I really, really enjoyed that movie. I don't think it's without problems. I think it absolutely has a couple of them, but I'm capable of ignoring pretty much all of them. And thank you so much for getting that shout out done, folks. Go give Commander Mittens a follow if you haven't already. Everything Everywhere All at Once was a delight. Trying to think, what else came out this year that I saw? I mean, Batman is good. Batman is a really, really good movie. I don't know that I liked it more. Damn it, I swear I turned off that multi-stream announcement, and it's irritating that it didn't do that. We are not multi-streaming, that's a lie. My chatbot is being unruly. In fact, I absolutely did turn it off. I'm looking at it, it is turned off. Maybe I needed to do that before I started the stream. Hang on. I'm gonna disconnect and reconnect the Twitch bot. Maybe that'll sort it. Ignore that. Did she really, Commander Mittens? That's interesting. Michelle Yeoh seems pretty great overall. It was just a really nice, heartfelt movie. I think it's a little long. I think you could safely trim 15 to 20 minutes out of it, but that's like such a minor complaint. I don't even count that. feel like some of the only new movies I've watched this year are kind of that and It's not as long as It is like almost 2.5 hours long. So it's almost as long as Batman. So this is just an oil paint applied with a flat brush, beat proxy. Don't let it be a chore. Don't let your mini painting be a chore, Farrot. Find the thing that you want to work on. Work on the thing that you're feeling passionate about, and don't give yourself any shit for not feeling like working on everything. Give yourself a break. You can't let this become a job, even if it is one. You're not going to enjoy it. You're not going to paint your best. Have I ever been paid in frozen sauces? Am I about to be? The Blackjack, the okayest mech ever designed. It really is one of the most accurate descriptions for it. It is fine. It's just fine. That's about as enthusiastic as I can ever be about it. It depends on what kind of frozen sauce, I have to admit, Rhino. Are we talking, like, frozen containers of McDonald's Szechuan sauce from the Mulan promo from the 90s? That you've still got? Because in that case, we can definitely talk. Oh, you made that Galano pasta sauce. I mean, I just want that. Like, unironically. Ooh, let's talk about a plumbus. You got me, Ion Raptor. I'm Pickle Thunderhead. That's one of those things where the show of Rick and Morty like is really quite great, and the fan base is the worst. Ender 3 Pro arrives tomorrow. Fuck yeah, Square Peg. That's exciting. Alright, folks, how do we feel about this red? Blend in a little bit of the lemon highlights. It'll still take a few spot highlights after I get in and I do the cockpit. Well, you wouldn't glaze it. That's what I'm saying. I just come in here and even just mushing at it with my thumb a little bit, I blend it into the red just a teeny bit where it gets a bit too yellow. I like the little bit of yellow, that kind of lemony color. Just ease it out a bit. A little bit right there. Yeah, reds are tricky. They will often wind up looking either orange or pink. I mean, with reds in general, that often happens. It's a very common complaint, I'd say, Sentient Pickle. But here's kind of a before-after, so you can see how it just punches it up a little bit. Oh, I just don't go out in public. Well, now I have alternative options here. I could try doing... Radiant Red itself is just so pink. I think the yellow adds a nice contrast and helps take it towards orange instead of pink. It's a Paraline Red with titanium. What else have I got? I've got Radiant Magenta, and that's Quinacridone Red with titanium. That might not be bad. Now we've also got an Indian Yellow. Now our lemon is, of course, Hansa Yellow. Indian Yellow might... It's a subtle difference. I think I'm pretty okay with this for the red, though. For how easy it is to apply. And at this point, all that's left to do is the cockpit glass and then the blues. I did see that. We're gonna have to put some thought into that. Though I'm just always excited to be appearing alongside the one and only Dr. Rhino. The man, the myth, the pachyderm. Yeah, I think the yellow gives it a slightly faded look, which I think works for it, really. He's more pachyderm now than man. Part of the trick here is keeping this process as quick as possible, because I really don't want to spend more than one more session on this lance. And we'll try some more reds in the future, too. This is, again, the wonderful thing about 3D printing, is I'm like, you know what, if I don't like the paint jobs on these, ultimately, if I decide to try something else, I'll just print another one. I have like 6 of each of these mechs sitting in a fucking drawer, because I sculpted them all! Hola, Dwegham, good to have you back. God, oh, why do you have to say that, Rhino? That sounds amazing. Where do you get your waffle fries? We talking home waffle fries? Or what? Oh, they're going, Dwegham. They're going. I'll have to blend that out. That's okay. Local restaurant doesn't real well, but I'm trying to be a good boy. Yeah, I know the feeling. I know the feeling. So I think about waffle fries. You know what my trick is? I think about waffle fries, and then I drink a glass of water. And you know what? It's actually really disappointing. Like, it's not the same at all. But you feel slightly less hungry at the end of it, so that's something. Leg hurt, drink water. Hungry, drink water. Yeah, no, it is a trick the government taught me. It doesn't work at all, really. It's mostly just the distraction. There, a little bit here. Yeah. Just punching up that vibrancy a teeny little bit, and I think adding in some blues and some greens are going to do this a lot of good, too. Data Nerd, thank you for the reminder. That's just how I look, though, Rhino. That doesn't... That's not a problem we can solve. That's just my face. Oh, God. Thanks, Dr. Rhino. For a second there, I was starting to feel good about myself. Obviously, we can't have that. You are the reason I drink. It's okay, though, Rhino. I learned all my pickup lines from Doug and Steve Butabi, too. What was their names, right? Did I get that right? I don't think I've thought of those characters in years. Oh, there's nothing... No. Nothing can stop that now, Rhino. You're just living in a dream world, buddy. Smas? I'm trying to get ahead of the terrible joke here, but I don't know how bad it's gonna be. Hey, I got it. I successfully guessed just how stupid it would be. Is that a good thing? Do I feel good about that? I don't know. I don't know if I should. Probably not. You know what other game I discovered the other day is still online somehow? Is Anarchy Online. How are there still servers running Anarchy Online? That one I don't think I can bring myself to go back to. I feel like we've come too far. Hey, Anarchy Online has its positives. It was not a bad game. It's just very dated at this point. We'll never get a Titanfall 3 because mankind is weak and doesn't deserve it. We're not gonna get Titanfall 3 for the same fucking reason that we got kicked out of the Garden of Eden, okay? You can actually go one of two ways with that. My idea for the plot of Titanfall 3? I mean, you immediately reverse roles with the, what were they called? Was it IMF? I want to say IMF, but I feel like that's just because I've recently watched a Mission Impossible movie. IMC. It was the IMC. But you do a role reversal between the IMC and the rebels. And that now the IMC is kind of on the back foot, and their manufacturing has been co-opted, and you have many, many more Rebel Vanguard Titans being created, and the IMC becoming more and more desperate. Now, admittedly, they were already desperate. They were willing to use, like, time travel technology to win that particular war. But I think the role reversal is pretty necessary. Because at the end of it, they were cut off from reinforcements, weren't they? And I mean, like, BT was still alive, at least partially, in Jack Cooper's helmet, from the version of himself that he copied to talk to him when he was jumping through time. So you've got Jack Cooper, and you have him using his old equipment with a series of new Titans. I don't think you drag that out too long. You have BT come back relatively quickly, but I feel like BT has to come back somehow with information that is important to the plot. And I don't know, everything I think of seems really trite, because I was immediately like, BT tells Jack Cooper something, but then the rebels won't listen to him, and he's got to go off on his own. And I'm like, I'm writing a bad science fiction plot. That can't be it. I don't know. I'm going to have to think about that. What would my pitch for Titanfall 3 be? Ultimately, it comes down to gameplay. Yeah, that's the plot of Altered Carbon and Elysium and basically everything that's come out in the last 15 years. There you go, there's the plot. Mechs with swords. Just more of them. It's a plot that should involve Titans. Bear with me now. Falling from the sky. There you go. We've done it, folks. We've got it. A job well done. Vergaderung, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all week. I think if I were to go back and replay Titanfall 2, I could probably come up with a good pitch for a Titanfall 3 story. It's been a while since I've done a playthrough of the single-player campaign. I remember it. I remember the time displacement device that they were going to use to essentially blow up the worlds that the rebel factions had. And Titanfall 2 ended with an assault on an IMC facility, heavily implying that it was just the war was going to continue, but the IMC was on the back foot now. Video game plots don't need to be particularly complex, and I don't even think the plot of Titanfall 2 was not particularly complex. It was pretty straightforward action-adventure stuff with a couple of really neat set pieces. I wouldn't want to just revisit the time travel set pieces or even the time travel technology, because I feel like that's kind of cheap. Then you're just like, oh, we did Titanfall 2 again, and that's no good. You don't want that. Maybe something to do with the Titan cores and the fact that they kind of have their own sentience. Have to subvert everything. The Titans fly. That happened in Titanfall 2, DFW Dwegcom. There was a flying Titan. You had to fight it towards the end of the game. Come on. Come on. But that's Attack on Titan. We saw that scene. Yeah. The IMC is living in a giant walled city. And suddenly there's a lightning strike, and a giant BT-7274 looks over the wall at them. And a young Kevin Hunter sees a Vanguard Titan kill his parents and swears vengeance on all the Titans. Oh man, now we're cooking with gas, folks. I said it seems too cheap to me, Dwegham, but I think maybe I'm just in my head, like I want the story to be better, but it should probably really be a fairly generic, cheap sci-fi story. And it should remain focused on the gameplay, because the core of Titanfall 2 was just about the relationship between pilot Jack Cooper and BT-7274. And it didn't really bother getting... Like, the bad guys are kind of just bad guys, and the good guys are kind of just good guys. But what was special about the game was that focus on the relationship between those two main characters. You as an IMC operative have to retrieve BT's data for some new Titan chassis and advanced core, but it's not a straight shooter. More Clancy stealth elements too, and then more Titan action. Ooh, yeah, it's getting dangerous though. You're talking about stealth gameplay, and I mean, that is a slippery slope until we have, like, timed underwater escort missions, and nobody wants that. Some moral dilemmas. Now, I could buy playing as an IMC operative, seeing things from their side, to some degree, getting a feeling for why the IMC does what it does, and not just the, or rather like the corporate propaganda that they sort of have to consume, and maybe kind of learning the error of his ways through a partnership with BT-7274. But now I'm just describing, like, that last Star Wars shooter with the lady who became a rebel. Titanfall forced melee only for plot reasons meets the melee fight style of For Honor. I thought the melee was fucking great. I'd like to see more done with the pilot side gameplay. I really love the, I would love, like, more action set pieces where you as the pilot are, like, moving through a building, and it really rewards the parkour high momentum style gameplay, and, like, a set piece where you have to move through a building, taking people out, going through walls, kicking down doors, like kneeing people in the chest, and fucking uppercutting their skull clean out of their head. And at the same time, you see your Titan, like, fighting just outside. Like, right outside, out the window. He's messing people up out there. Have a scene where, like, you have to go across a bridge and your Titan comes across it at the same time. I'm not saying quick time events. You want to avoid as many quick time events as you possibly can. But that's just one of the coolest visuals in the game, is when the Titan and the pilot are fighting independently. I think they really captured it with that piece of promo art on the box where Jack Cooper is running along the ground and he's like aiming to one side, and then the BT-7274 is running alongside him and holding out his hand, and like bullets are deflecting off of his hand. I'm like, that is the coolest image. Well, because once the pilot is inside, they fight more effectively, Shock. And yet, independently, they're still incredibly dangerous. And the Titan's fighting style really reflects their partnership with their pilot. And also, shut the hell up, it's cool. Fucking question Titanfall, you heretic. How dare you? Co-op would be good. I would love to see... I think a co-op campaign could be a lot of fun. Or maybe it's a story... Oh, you do like a... Do like a Hell in the Pacific thing. Like an enemy mine thing. Where BT-7274 and Jack Cooper, as well as an IMC Titan and an IMC pilot, each get separated. Like the game starts off with a battle, and it comes down to this nasty fight between BT and an IMC Titan. And then something happens, they get separated, they fall off a ship, they get pushed through a portal or a wormhole or something. Something happens to the IMC Titan to sort of jailbreak its normal programming and let it be more of a free-form AI, similar to BT-7274. And then over the course of a co-op campaign, these two pilots and even these two Titans then learn to trust one another and to fight together. There we go. That's it. At first working together out of necessity, you know? Against whom? I have no idea. Who could be a third faction in that fight? Alien Titans from another planet? No. No, but it could be robots. Now, AI robots were something the IMC was working on that seemed to be getting a little bit out of control in Titanfall 2. Like the Reapers. For that matter, one of the Apex pilots was mostly machine. The subterranean... Yeah, the Mole Men from Gears of War. Hey, Hey, Aaron Heathart, it's good to see you, man. I'm doing pretty well. I hope you're having a good day, too, my friend. That's what I say, that's what I'm saying, though, Datron, that's, like, almost too easy. The IMC being full of shit is particularly easy because they definitely are. They're a bunch of fascist pricks. Revealing that they intended to ultimately replace all of their remaining IMC personnel with cyborgs, or force them to undergo a cyborgization process against their will, that could be a pretty big breaking point for the remaining IMC soldiers who are trapped on that side of the wormhole. Hey, Drax, good to see you. Welcome in, man. I'm glad to hear that, Aaron Heath. Now, okay. If we're going full schlocky sci-fi story, given that we've already involved time travel, and the fact that the time travel nexus exploded at the end of the first game, alright, okay. I got it, okay? Over the course of the next 150 years, the IMC engages in a rapid replacement program for their flesh and blood soldiers that remain on their side of the wormhole as attrition sets in, replacing them with full AI robot forces. In fact, replacing them with full AI robot titans at a certain point, and even forcing some of their men to undergo an unwilling cyborgization procedure a la what's-her-name from Apex. This wins the war for the IMC. However, they do a Skynet. That's all I need to say. They do a Skynet. And the AI ultimately is the winner of the war, essentially. And then just completely wipes out humanity and takes over, and maybe even eventually invades back through the wormhole towards Earth. Now, okay. That's what happens. But because of the detonation of the whatever it was device, the weird wormhole generation device that allowed time travel due to the rupture in Titanfall 2, those AI robots, those advanced robots, are then able to invade back through time into the initial war between the IMC and the Rebels. Why? I don't know. I haven't thought this through, but I'm sure I could come up with a reason. So, is this stupid? This is stupid, isn't it? As I say it, I feel like it's stupid. Does it matter, though? Because our premise is still Hell in the Pacific. Our premise is still Jack Cooper and an IMC pilot must learn to work together. And we learned that love can bloom even on the battlefield. I don't love that, though, Datron. I feel like that's too cynical for the kind of the nature of the rebels in Titanfall 2, who were painted pretty unambiguously as good guys. I don't like that kind of storyline where you go back and you're like, the good guys were really bad guys all along. Like, just let them be good guys. Maybe good guys that lost. What if it's the robot that are the good guys? Well, then it's a matter of perspective. And then you have a tough choice, where these sort of evolved AI cores of BT-7274 and the partner, Titan, have to make a choice between their own kind and their pilots. Ooh. It's really schlocky. It's really corny, but I think it could work. The one problem with doing a Skynet is it means there's only one outcome. At some point, Skynet's going to go back in time and lodge itself into all timelines, creating an endless paradox where... Well, that's the thing, is you don't make it... You don't say that the Skynet, which, you know, name pending, invented time travel. you say that the explosion of the quantum core, I really don't remember what it was called, at the end of Titanfall 2, caused a rupture. So it's not that they have the ability to travel through time and go anywhere they want, it's that they have access to a time portal that was created via circumstances outside of their control. So it remains logically consistent as far as where they go, or rather when they go, and why they don't go to another time. Certainly they would choose to go to another time, but they don't have that option. Bitterbrush, how you doing? I'm saying stupid things. I'm saying very, very dumb things. I'm mentally writing some terrible science fiction. It's all cliches. It's really unworthy of any of us, but you know, here we are. Did I watch the Netflix Resident Evil? I did, actually, Drax. Did you? If you did, you're like the only other person I know who has. How you doing, Dabber Raccoon? And thank you so much for getting that shout out done, Data Nerd. Bitterbrush, how are you today? And then Dr. Sam Beckett leaps into the AI core to set right what once went wrong. You have BT7274 look at himself in the mirror and just go, oh, what have I gotten myself into? Accepted for a new job. Fantastic. I hope it's one you want, though it sounds like it is. It sounds promising to me. Just holding my tongue. Oh, lay it on us, Dabber. Don't spare my feelings. Oh, fuck yeah, Bitterbrush. That is a good position. Lucrative and with wonderful opportunities, I should think. I mean, depending on the company, but generally speaking. Enjoyed it, wasn't the best, hated both of the girls, but Lance's Wesker kept me going. Drax, I agree with you completely. The young girls were terrible, the older girls were okay. Lance Reddick was a fucking joy. I think people have been way too hard on the show because hating the show is a meme. I don't think any of the people who were being super hard on the show actually watched it. I don't think anybody's going to watch it. I think they're just going to hate on it as a meme, and that's really sad to me. Because it was not that bad. And it had some parts that were really, really groan-worthy, and then it had other parts where it's like, here's a giant mutant alligator for a while. Like, oh, okay. Dabber Raccoon, you're just describing Titanfall 1. And that's the problem, is that Titanfall 1 was okay. Titanfall 2 dressed it up with a story, and it was amazing. Are we gonna have to replay Titanfall 2 on the stream? Do we have to do that? How many times have I done that? I've done a full playthrough of Titanfall 2 at least once on this stream. I will do it again. By God, I swear to God, if you make me, I will turn this stream around and I will take us right back to Titanfall 2. I'll do it. Don't test me. I do love mutants and alligators. Yeah, it had, I keep seeing people say that the plot of the Resident Evil show has nothing to do with the games, and honestly, it had more to do with the games than some of the games. It didn't make that much money, Dabber Raccoon. You know what made money? Apex Legends, and that's why we're never getting Titanfall 3, and this whole conversation is moot. We're just gonna get more Apex Legends, as sad as that may be. Oh, thank you, Bitterbrush. It's very simple. It's the, House Carita sort of light, so it's pretty much just red. Just playing with some different ways to do a simple red, and busting out my cadmium that I like so much. We did it mostly so that I could do the, our new design, the DeTomaso, that Jungle Plague designed and I sculpted. It still needs a little bit of work, but it's coming along. Hey, Nocturnal Minis, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. The tomato. Yeah, that's what I said. Then so you should, Bitterbrush. I'm not going to dignify that with an answer. I want to paint them a House Steiner, but also want a generic color like gray to run a Mech Warrior. You can't even get away with that. You can't even get away with that, because gray is, Grey Death Legion. There's no scheme you can pick that isn't arguably close to something, but the good news is that nobody cares. You can pick any color scheme you want and say it's anything you want. Also, there's some pretty cool House Steiner schemes out there. This is one of my favorite Steiner schemes. I like the like 1/3 white and blue, but I also like this one, the Royal Guard Steiner scheme, with the gold sort of on the outside and then blue towards the core. That's a good one. There you go, Dabber. That's not strictly true, if I got it wrong. There's GDL that's just gray. Yellow, purple, white. Most purple schemes tend to be Merrick schemes. That's sort of their color, but there are a lot of different schemes, Drax. A whole lot. Yellow, purple, white. I'm trying to think who that would be. I'd have to see it. The gray and purple of the first Free Worlds League, or the Free Worlds League, first Free Worlds Guard is among my all-time favorites. Mech Warrior 5 gives you them. Well, Mech Warrior 5 is set just after the Third Succession War. That's pre-clan invasion. The Duchy of Tamarind is purple, white, and gold. See, there you go. There's, honestly, Drax, there are so many factions and so many color schemes in Battletech, many of them being very, very similar to one another. Like, just that combination of colors in different arrangements could be different factions. Yeah, and that's before you get to merc companies, pirates, Solaris stables, or the fact that most factions' parade schemes aren't even what their mechs are colored most of the time anyway. Yeah, it's a whole thing. And I'm hardly an encyclopedia of color schemes for that matter. I'm usually the like, I'm playing as the local government idiot. Teal, hot pink, and silver. That's awful close to the Baja Blasters. He's right. He's right, Drax. Listen to Shock. Everything post-clan invasion was a downward spiral. I maintain I never hated the Dark Age as a setting or as a concept. I thought that it was... I mean, it was obviously a risky idea, but I respected it. It was mostly the distribution model and some bad sculpts that hurt that. The clans don't make any fucking sense to me. The clans suffer from the same problem that the Klingons do in Star Trek. Fundamentally, I just don't believe them. But it's always... our society respects the warrior ethos. You must be a warrior first. And it's like, who is it that's designing your fucking mechs then? And they kind of hand-wave some things in there, but, oh, scientist casts, and, but I'm like, being a brutal tribal culture that is entirely focused on prowess, yeah, it doesn't use contractions except the ones that they definitely do. It is not compatible with being a scientifically advanced culture. You can't both be scientifically advanced and also determine who rules your clan based on a fucking physical combat trial. Like, it's the Black Panther problem. Like, the one thing I really fucking hate in that movie is where they're like, we are so much more advanced than everyone else. We have this incredible technology. We're enlightened beyond what you can possibly comprehend, to the point that we have to stay separate from the rest of mankind to protect you from the dangers of our technology. Now here's a spear. Let's determine who's king. I'm sorry, what? No. That's complete fucking nonsense. We're gonna go fight on top of this waterfall. They were founded by a guy with space syphilis, sure, but that just tells us that they shouldn't have succeeded at all. But it's traditions. And how many societies with combat traditions do you see have survived to the modern world here on Earth meaningfully while maintaining those traditions? They haven't. Peer pressure from dead people. That's accurate. Hey, Wombat Combat, good to see you. Welcome in. We're talking about the clans, Bahamut, in Battletech. And by talking about, I mean really just vaguely ridiculing and not really giving a fair shot to it all, because they're fundamentally stupid. And even if I didn't dislike the concept of the clans and the lore, I strongly dislike what they did mechanically to the game. Anytime there's a faction in a game, a new faction or a new side, whose core gameplay concept is, you see everything that you've got, all those things you have, you see what you do? I do that, but better. That sucks. Like, that is terrible game design. Fundamentally awful design. How do they not win every time? Well, they fight like morons. Oh, okay. So we're gonna depend on our player base to roleplay being idiots. You know, more so than usual. What a great idea. It wasn't. Yeah, the double heat sinks. What is it? It's like a heat sink, but double. Oh, well, that's gonna add depth. Have to see how Leagues of Votann play out in 40k. Who the... Like, they're not gonna be... They're gonna play out like any other faction they've ever introduced. Like 40k always does things. They will be overpowered for a while, and then they'll get toned down as another faction gets the spotlight, and then they'll be overpowered again when they come back in the spotlight. Rinse and repeat for decades. So you get to customize your mech in the tabletop, or you can do anything you want in the tabletop, Drax. Absolutely anything you want. You can make your own fucking mechs. There is literally nothing holding you back from doing anything at all. I like stock loadouts personally, but there's nothing that makes you play that way. It's entirely what you and your opponent agree on. One thing I liked about the clans was the Omni-Mechs. And yeah, a lot of people like the Omni-Mechs. The concept of the Omni-Mech opened people up to be able to easily customize their mechs within the lore. That's personally not something that I necessarily wanted, but I think that there was a way to introduce Omni-Mechs without the clans in general. They don't do much for me. Alright, it is going to be time for the storm report here in just a few minutes. So, we've gotten some good work done today. I think I'm good calling the red pretty well done on these guys. It got a little washed out with the highlighting. They might go ahead and get a little more cadmium red to punch them back up, but honestly, I kind of like them like this. They look a little dirtier, a little more believable, a little less saturated, which I think works for what they're supposed to be. I also think that the red is going to get punched up more once I come back in for the next session and do the blue and the green. And then we also got our red done pretty well on the Battlemaster, and we are getting there with our Bushman. Once that's done, it's just detailing and cockpit glass, pop them on a base, and this lance will be done. Ugh, glove hands. Nobody likes that. Alright, let me do a little bit of cleanup here. Rinse out some of my brushes. And then I am going to, because I have neglected to do so far, I am going to get some more water. Take a little walk to stretch my legs. I'll be back and we'll roll right on into the storm report and see what you fine people have been sharing. Sentient Pickle, I've said it before, I'll say it again. If I've said it once, I've said it 100 times, and I'll probably repeat it until the day that I die. I wish that CGL would stop trying to advance the fucking story of Battletech and just focus on turning Alpha Strike into a game system that's worthwhile. It right now, it's not that Alpha Strike is a bad system. Alpha Strike is a perfectly good way to play Battletech. As you say, though, it abstracts a lot of what, to me, makes Battletech worth playing in the first place. And my fundamental problem with Alpha Strike as a game is that everything it does as a game within the realm of tabletop gaming, there's another game that does it better. It doesn't have any one system, any balancing mechanic, any combat mechanic, any building mechanic, any campaign mechanic. It doesn't have anything that it does better than anybody else, or even more uniquely than everybody else. You look at compare Star Wars Legion to Warhammer 40k. They're fundamentally different games. Compare Age of Sigmar to 40k. They are, well, very, very similar games, but Age of Sigmar focuses more on the heroes. Alpha Strike to me loses so much of the identity that makes Battletech worth playing in the first place. And every time I play Alpha Strike, I find myself having the same thought, which is, why am I not playing 40k? Why am I not playing Maelstrom's Edge? Why am I not playing one of any number of games that do this but better and have more variety in their units? Weapons and armor lose all the flavor. Battletech is about that granularity. It is about that individual identity that each and every unit has, and in Alpha Strike they get reduced to a stat line that's just, this is not very interesting. The whole concept of overheating your mech turns into some mechs can take heat points to do more damage, which is like, that's not really what overheating is. All mechs should be overheating to a degree. I understand not everybody wants to play Classic. I understand that, I really do. Classic is old and clunky. Yeah, no, you've got a pretty great system on your hands, Kersala, with some refinement. It actually has some pretty good identity to it. More identity than Alpha Strike does already. Alright. All right, folks, give me just a couple of minutes. I'm going to put you on my BRB screen. I will be back in just a few minutes, and we'll roll right into the Storm Report. I'll see you then. Hey, Leaf Painting, how you doing? Good to see ya. Do a little bit of cleanup before we do the storm report. Oils, by the way. I'm pretty much just doing oils these days. I'm still not, like, great with them. I'm nowhere near at the level that, like, you and a number of other talented oil painters are, but I'm enjoying them. I'm enjoying trying new things and learning new methods. Now, that one specifically... got the red to a place that I'm pretty happy with it. For these two, they still need some detailing. I'm going to be doing some blues for the weapons and then the kind of internal joints. And then I'm going to be doing green for the cockpit glass, which you can see on the sides and on the front here. Then putting these guys down on a fairly standard, like, grassland base is the plan. And here are the other two that go in the Lance. Battlemaster Command Mech, and then this guy who hasn't had any real highlighting done. And we're pretty much just going from a indigo pre-glaze up to alizarin crimson, cadmium red, and then using some of the Gamblin Radiance Radiant Lemon for a highlighting, which is coming together pretty well. Still tend to change to acrylics for super fine detailing. Yeah, I think that's probably a good way to go. There's a lot of strength in both, but I'm trying to get better at doing fine. You know what it is I watch James Wapple work, and I'm just like, why aren't I doing more fine work in oils? I guess I just need 30 years more practice, and then I'll get there. Sam Minnie, good to see you. Welcome in. How you doing today, man? It's fantastic to see you. White Wolf, thank you so much for the resub. This was a test of the emergency Thunderhead brake system. Turns out, it isn't broken. Oh, that's good to know. Cloned Robot, by the way, thank you so much for the follow. I missed you a couple minutes ago because I was away, but welcome to the stream. Alright. There is only the Linseed. The Linseed Brotherhood will rise. Yeah, we'll have one more session on these guys, and I think they should be good to go. Let me get rid of my solvents here. Into the trash with you. Alright, everything is relatively clean, minus the cleaning that everything needs to get post-stream. Put my brushes over here so they don't get too much in the way. Also sometimes just let almost all the oil drain, then work super lean with thinners, still unable to match the precision of acrylics. Yeah, I have the same problem. If I'm trying to do super fine work, acrylics... Again, I watch James Wapple do it. So I know it's possible, but at the same time, his style is kind of chunkier than a lot of other people's. And I think he uses more effective, larger blocks of color, and that's kind of something that I'd like to emulate more. But he'll still get in there and do some freehand that is incredibly impressive. Could be me or my brushes, or paints, or thinners. Yeah, that is the thing, too, about oil painting, and one of the reasons that I'm excited about it. I enjoy doing it. I try not to recommend it to new people, though, because there are new people who struggle with something as simple as thinning acrylic paints. I never recommend oils to, because I'm like, you're just taking that problem and compounding it by so much. How much you're thinning, how you're working up from lean to fat, what solvent you're using, what brushes you're using. it's all so much by feel, which is both why I have so much fun with it and also why it can be really difficult to get into. That's called Wombat Combat. What you're doing is just called developing your own style. You take things from people that work, and you try all of them, and you figure out which ones work for you, and then you have your own style. And Wombat Combat has been knocking it out of the park. Leaf painting, I don't know if you've seen some of the work he's done with oils lately, but oh my god. Oh my god, the beautiful non-metallic metal. It's fantastic. I mean, I managed to do this Vader entirely in oils, and I think get some pretty good fine detailing on him. Admittedly, probably not as fine as is technically possible with some acrylics, but I'm also kind of trying to lean my style away from depending so much on the super fine detail and more into focusing on the broader composition of the piece. You know? Oh, we got some Battletech minis. Well, we got some Battletech minis. Diethyl ether sniffer. Thank you so much, Riot Sister. That made so much more sense out of it for me. We've been working on this here, Not a Panther today, as well as our Dugram Shadowhawk. Literally all that I need to do. Literally all that I need to do, Desert Owl, and I'm gonna do this probably tonight after my shower. I just want to clean up the saber on this guy, and then yes, they're done. I'm gonna rebase him, I'm gonna do the photography, and it's in the mail on its way to you. And pardon my delay on that. I've been very lazy, but yeah, we've been working on our Dugram Shadowhawk here. Now these are all 3D prints, and in this case, these are all my models. I don't claim design credit for these originals that were designed by Kunio Okawara for Fang of the Sun Dugram, obviously, but the actual models I modeled entirely myself. We got our Battlemaster / Bigfoot here. You can tell he's in charge because he's pointing. That's how it works. And then finally, the one that did not make it into Battletech, but a cool design nonetheless. This here Dugram Bushman. Also joining the Lance. Well, he's in charge because he's got a 2-seater. Where is my kneeling Battlemaster? Is it in the drawer? It is in the drawer. I've shown you guys I need to do a paint job on these guys, but I've shown you the ones with the open cockpits, right? As you can see, he's got the rumble seat. There's the one pilot who sits behind in there. I was actually really pleased that I managed to get these to scale and everything fitting. Second edition Griffin? What you talking about? That'd be this one. Which also has the seat. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and see what folks have been sharing. Maybe talking to a 3D designer about making a 40K / Mad Cat mashup. Let me know if it goes anywhere. I'm excited for the comps. I'd be interested to see how that comes out, Leaf Painting, because the design aesthetic is very different. I guess it depends on which 40K, like, Titan assembly you're going with. The Mars pattern Titans are very similar to a lot of modern Battletech, but I'm sorry, not the Mars. The Mars pattern are not. It's the Lucius pattern. The Lucius pattern Titans are very, very similar. Has anyone ever done a Lucius pattern Knight Titan? That's something I'd like to see. I always like the Lucius style. Alright. Let's get to the Storm Report. Let's see what folks have been posting. Why don't we do that? Where the fuck is my mouse? Oh, there it is. This desk is not designed for this sort of work. Drop in scale into the Invictor size, adapting the silhouette and loadout. I'm very, very curious, because that, again, that sounds like very, very disparate styles being melded, and it can kind of tell you a lot about the artist who's doing it, which elements they choose to keep and which elements they choose to change. But yes, please do keep me posted, Leaf Painting, and if all you wind up with is some concept art, I would love to see that. Alright, let me pull up my Discord here, and we will go ahead and get shifted over.
Alright, Locusts and Gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report.
God, Invictors aren't very big.
By viewers like you.
It'd be like a proto-mech, and even a little bit smaller. Oh no, what have I done? I don't have a face! You'd really think I'd learn at some point. Oh god. Alright. I'm invisible! Here we have, starting with our good friend Mafik. Just put in, finish the Nova and the Toxic Slimes, and also a special artwork. A special artwork! Oh my god, dare I? Marcion's second Battlemech. It's still, to me, I think just because I saw it the first time, it looks like crazy eyes that are bugging out looking at the Toxic Slime. I'm never, ever going to be able to unsee that. And yeah, I think someone mentioned before, this is more of an angler fish. I think that's right, because yeah, you can see the lure coming up off of its head there. That's a good looking little Nova. I appreciate that you've put the, what's this called? There's a word for this. Someone help me out. Military nerds. Assist me. What's it called? Stowage. Stowage? I'm pretty sure that's the phrase for it. That makes sense. It's things being stowed. Diethyl ether. Sniffer, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I must hug the Toxic Slime. Of all the slimes, this seems like the one you probably shouldn't, though I absolutely understand the urge. Extra random crap for the crew that's kind of essential. That doesn't really roll off the tongue, White Wolf. I think we're gonna go, ultimately, with stowage. I love this little fella down here for scale. He's adorable. I like his Nero helmet, too. His funny little whatever this is. He's got like a rain poncho on. Mafik Mech Minis win. Slime Minis win, I think is the real question we should be asking. Nice work on that, Mafik. And we got some special artwork to check out, and that is going to be Mafik's Hellbringer. I like the proportions that you give the Battlemechs. It's a little exaggerated, a little blockier than the actual one winds up being. The leg design is very cool. Still got all the essential parts for our Loki, including the funny bendy tube arm. What's this say? Sword? Oh, swordfish. Okay, yeah, and then we got the dead fish logo for that mercenary company that you designed. I like this. I like the kind of lower jaw with the just void space above. This is actually a really cool design that I could see painting on a mech at some point. This is a neat idea. And then the colors are just so painfully gaudy. How did you even get that pink? Oh my god. That's I think you got it through white balance because the paper came out looking a little blue at the end of it. It's very striking, though. I like it, Mafik. Well done. I dig this. I really, really dig this. I don't know what it is exactly about it that appeals to me, but it looks very, very neat. Highlighter, there you go. That makes sense. That makes the most sense to me. It is Loco Sahara. Yeah, we've been working on that today. He's nearly done. I got one more session on him and the rest of this sort of light lance, and they'll be ready to show off. Pink marker, there you go. Alright, let's see what we got. This is exciting. Jungle Plague was showing me this the other day, and this is something that may be coming in the near future. Feel like this is adorable enough, it needs to be called the Heckbringer. The heckin' Loki. And I'll submit a work in progress. Still need some love around the torso snorkel tubes. Not sure if they will stay, but yeah, we have the Jenner getting a little bit of the Dugram treatment. Jungle Plague, I love the way your mind works. I love that you have gotten as into this project as you have. I haven't fired you my notes on this yet, but I have had a chance to look at it, and I fucking love the direction you're going with. I think a few small changes, and we'll be there. I particularly like the way the weapon pods kind of reflect the linear cannon on the Dugram itself. It has a lot of design elements in common with that. He's like a Jaeger mech with a chestburster. That's just all Jenners. Arkrave, good to see you. It goes well. Thank you so much for asking. Them legs, though. Yeah, this is the business. Stupid, sexy Jenner. The Jenner, to me, just... It needs to have the shapely legs. Now, there have been a couple of concepts for the legs that Jungle Plague has kicked my way. One of them had... This one, in particular, has more in common with the Dugram. One of them had more in common with the Nikolaev. I actually kind of like the Nikolaev legs on this, and it's appropriate given the proportions of the mech. But I will shoot you those notes on Discord later, Jungle Plague. I am loving the direction that's going, and I cannot wait for the opportunity to go ahead and... No, I really, really like them. Shapely legs on the Jenner, I'm telling you. And I'm looking forward to the opportunity to go ahead and model that one up to add to the roster. Here we have from White Wolf. From the deepest, darkest depths of somebody's nightmares, here comes Taco Tuesday. Wolf with Interesting Cravings edition. Oh my god. Kraft Dinner, that's Kraft mac and cheese to Americans. That is like the one Canadianism I know. Taco beef, tomatoes, shredded matzah, and cheddar cheese, and sour cream served on smaller pitas for shells. The wolf would be ruined. My hubby, this was his idea. It was fairly tasty, and I suspect I'll make them again. Really? Mac and cheese taco pitas. That doesn't sound bad. I mean, it's going to be one of two things. It's either going to be awful or just one of those really confusing moments, like the first time you make a peanut butter and jelly and you like crushed potato chips in it, or you put slices of banana on a peanut butter sandwich, and then you put in like mayonnaise. The first time I tried that, peanut butter, mayonnaise, and banana, I was like, well, this is going to be awful, and it's not. Shockingly, it's not. Did it include the macaroni or just the cheese? Given that it's Kraft Dinner, I would assume that it's cooked and then with the cheese sauce added, but I'd be interested in knowing myself, White Wolf. Here we have from Puck Duncher, another snippet of what I've been working on this year, work in progress of my Chaos Knights, Death of Sophonisba, Desecrator, and Nostalgia for Infinity, Rampager. These ones are different in that I'm using just oils and enamels on them. Obviously lots of work to be done, but I think the metallics are coming out just great. Yes, those names are references to Alistair Reynolds' Revelation Space series. Would have gone right over my head, Puck Duncher, and I'm not too proud to admit it. Oh, these are coming out nice. What metallics are you using, Puck Duncher? I assume you're using metallic oils. I'm just curious which ones in particular, because I have the some Gamblin metallics that use an aluminum as the pigment, and I really like them a lot better than most of the acrylic metallics that I have, but I haven't found a great opportunity to use them on a large scale project yet. It's all been very, very small pieces. AK True Metal. So it's an acrylic? Or is that... I thought... Does AK make oils? Are they the ones who make the oil brushers? I guess they might. I haven't used any of their paints. Peanut butter and pickled onion is good. That does sound good. True Metals are enamels? Okay, see, I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with the line. It's wax-based. Ah, okay. Ammo by Big makes the oil brushers. So, True Metals are almost more like... Is that like Rub and Buff? Because, like, Rub and Buff is a metallic that's wax-based. That's interesting. And you're not having any problem doing weathering over the top of a wax-based metallic? I mean, I'll give you that it's definitely different. Basically works just like an oil. I mean, okay, if it cures and gives you a nice hard surface at the end and doesn't stay waxy. The metallic looks very nice. I really, really like the gray that you have for the carapace overall. And this sort of faded red on the shoulder has come out very nice. Really? Okay. Well, I'm very much looking forward to seeing the finished products in that case, Puck Duncher. I always love seeing new methods being applied. Here we have from Cyber Knight. Excuse me. Finally finished painting up the new Marathon variants. Also painted up some other parts so I could finally have a full set of the parts painted. I was missing a couple of variants before. Oh yeah. And we got some of them MCC tanks coming together, and folks, remember, you can always hit exclamation point in Metal Core to get a link over to Metal Core Collectibles. This is just the latest. Like, it's not that he hasn't painted Marathon tanks, it's that he has so many variants of each and every damn tank that it's kind of fucking mind-blowing. And then he makes them all easily magnetized so you can swap the variants. Jungle Plague, you have a great evening. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Thank you so much for all the work you've put into this project so far, and I really do look forward. Like I said, I'll fire you some notes on Discord about the Jenner, but I do not dislike the Nikolaev base legs. In fact, I really like the idea of mixing in elements of the Nikolaev to mechs that it is appropriate for, and I can't think of one more appropriate than the Jenner with the way it's built. Completely insane this week, as opposed to just partially as usual. But yeah, folks, if you like 6mm sci-fi gaming at all, you've got to head on over to Metalcore Collectibles. Not just some great mechs and vehicles that can proxy in for existing Battletech figures, but also the mechs that you're going to find in Operation Lancaster Fan TRO, which is available from Sumatha. And so many variants, so well made, and not just physicals, not just resin tanks and mechs, but you can actually buy STLs from him now to print a lot of these at home for just as many tanks as you want. Lovely work, Cyber Knight. I'm glad to see you filling out the roster. Well, that's the thing, Fire Smoke. You get the STLs, you can make them as big as you want. Doing a 1K bolt action army built and painted in 2 weeks. The tabletop's yeah, no, okay. No, you're not insane, Nocturnal Miniature. That is fucking doable, and I'll tell you why it's doable is because you were very, very smart, and you chose bolt action. Because historicals can be very, very drab. You don't need to do anything too crazy for it. You don't need to make any decisions, really, as far as color schemes. Everything can be based on historical color schemes. You can just pick a unit, pick a regiment, and a date and a theater, and go from there. I think that that's a very, very achievable project, and I hope that you share your progress with us. Here we have from the Happy Heretic, took a break from Clan Hell's Horses to paint up some spheroids. I feel like that's a slur. Not really sure. The Banshee is from Gunsberg Eagles, while the Thunderbolt is obviously a Kellhound, both painted with speed paints over metallics minus the gold trim on the Banshee, with an oil wash. You've been doing some really good work with the combination of speed paints and oils, Happy Heretic. I'm glad to see it. In the process of filming a YouTube tutorial for the Gunsberg Eagles, planning on doing the same for the Kellhounds. That gold came out nice. That is rich as hell. In fact, all those metallics are rich as hell. The combination, like, this is a great process, and I'm looking forward to seeing this video because metallic base, speed paint for the color, which then leaves the metallic showing through, followed by the oil wash to get down in the crevices and pull out the details. Like, this is the best feature of each of these painting methods, all being layered together into what is no doubt a very simple process, but damn does that look good. That came out nice. The Kellhound Thunderbolt looks nice, don't get me wrong, but this Banshee just looks fucking gorgeous. All it's missing is a little bit of a focal bright color, and I'm wanting like a green or a red for the visor up here on the face. Like, that's all it's missing. This is a beautiful looking paint job. Really, really well done, Happy Heretic. Here we have from Sphere, when you can't get models, time for some proxies. My Raveners. Ew. They're all gross looking. They're Hydralisks. That's... It just struck me when I was looking at it. I'm like, they got like googly bodies, and then they got the head crest and the arms, and they look almost like, they're Hydralisks. I see. That's actually a really cool idea. Somehow I had never considered just proxying Zerg in. Who doesn't love the look of the Hydralisk, though? Where are these models from? They seem well built. I like how they have the rounded joints, so you can actually get some posability out of them. The ball joint between the torso, the tail, and then the torso and the head. Takes maybe an hour if you don't count the dry time on the oils. Yeah, I try not to, because you just let it sit. Just let it sit for a while. These are really cool figures, Sphere. I am looking forward to you painting those. Here we have from Shiny Mew Paints a work in progress of a Shantae mini I bought from Etsy. Wanted to make sure to do the gold bits first because I knew they'd be a bitch to paint later. Do need a bit of help though. Do I paint the skin next and then the cloth? Or do I paint the cloth and then the skin? It's so small. Why you do this? Why you do this to me, Shiny Mew? Hang on, I'm gonna blow it up. So my recommendation next time is crop your image, because this is a fairly large image, and if you cropped it to just the model, it would be quite large and easy for everyone to see. But zooming it in on my own monitor and getting a look, the thing to keep in mind, because for me, rules are more useful than just one-off judgments. And my rule of thumb on something like this, Shiny Mew Paints, is you want to paint from the inside out. You want to paint from the deepest part of the model, working out to the highest part of the model. And the logic behind this is really very simple. It's that it is much more difficult, or rather, yeah, it is much more difficult to reach past a detail to a deep part on the model and paint it without mussing up a paint job than it is to reach a higher point and not get paint on a lower point. So start at the deepest part, which is the skin, and work your way outward towards the fabric. And that way you are less likely. Yeah, the inside out. What did I say? I said inside out, didn't I? Did I say it backwards? Is my brain just turning to mush today? Or are you trying to confuse me on purpose? I mean, it's possible. Paint from the inside out. Paint the deepest part first, and the highest part last. Obviously, you should modify that, you know, depending on what you're painting. Some things you definitely want to paint last on a model. I described it instead of saying, yeah, my brain is goo. I mean, all of our brains are goo, but mine is a less useful goo right now. Anyway, that's my recommendation, and something that I recommend you follow on most to all of your minis moving forward. It's my personal rule. It's also why I paint eyes before I paint the rest of the face. If you care about painting eyes, which a lot of people skip, and that's not a bad idea, painting eyes is a huge pain in the ass, but if you paint the eyes first and then paint the face around it, it is much, much easier than painting a face and then trying to reach past it to paint the eyes properly. Because you can just make them as big and globular as you want and refine them down to the points and then do the facial details around it. And it's much more relaxing, and in my experience, I've had a lot more success doing it that way. This is a secondary post since I redeemed the channel point. This just in, absolutely. These are some Mamagen models I made for some friends. From left is my buddy Gratch Shifter. Abamna Snow in the middle, and me on the, pardon, it's a name, and me on the right throwing up a peace sign. If you look on that arm, you'll see the Death Eater tattoo. Oh my god. He's a member of the horrible Death Eater cult. Very nice. Very nice work, Shiny Mew. Alright. Here we have from Merlin model, Sergeant Harker is completed. 28 hours of painting. Oh my god. Non-metallic metal barrel, machete, ammo belt, OSL on the plants, and skin tones. I think this might be the best thing I've ever painted. There are way better models and way better paint jobs, but this made me very happy to paint from start to finish. If it's making you happy, there are no wrong answers. I like the OSL. I really like just the inclusion of some extra colors on the base. I'm always in favor of. The skin tone is looking better, and yeah, covering up the chest makes him look... He really looked like he was suffering from severe internal bleeding without the heavy bolter. But at the same time, if he's holding a heavy bolter like that, he might be suffering from severe internal bleeding. Homeboy's just holding it. Like it's no big deal, cradling it with one arm. That's fucking insane. Love the work on the face. The handle on the machete in particular came out really, really nice. Look at that. That's fantastic. I love the shading you have here. And then on the little death's head, the little Totenkopf right there, that came out nice. Boots look good too. They're reading maybe a little shinier than I would expect boots to be in the jungle, but they also read as a nice black leather, which I think is probably more important than realism in this particular case. Ammo belt looks great, and knowing that it's all non-metallic metal, most of it does in fact read very well as a metallic. The musculature in particular is very, very well done, Merlin. Nice. Very nicely done. I like it. Now I'm having to escape the Hoover Dam. Enjoy, Squeezel. Yeah, for anybody who doesn't know, for anybody who might be interested, Fallen Earth is back. Fallen Earth Classic is available on Steam. They started it back up. It doesn't even have a cash shop. It's a free-to-play game with no cash shop. For that reason alone, you should go give it a try, if you're into MMOs at all. Here we have from Dr. Rhino, latest model I finished. Powered through it to finish in about 2 hours of work. God, I resent you. Still attempting to knock out an additional 20 before Monday night. At this point, he's just... we're getting dunked on. It's like when someone laps you and then just does it again because fuck you. And then nothing but time to start prepping some game design notes. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some talking. Ooh. Dr. Rhino has done something very, very smart. He's done a number of smart things, but he's done something very, very smart recently, which is he started just using simple, effective color choices and high contrast, simple highlights. You'll notice on this figure, there isn't that much complexity to any one piece of it. It's really just a use of high contrast, both in value and in hue. And like the magenta, the really high bright pink stones against the blue and the gold, the use of blue against gold, the fact that the gold is mostly, it looks like a dark blue in the recesses and then brought up to the gold. I mean, some of this might just be like shadows naturally cast on the model. And then bringing in that little burst of yellow for the lava on the base. This is the ultimate refinement of work smarter, not harder. I want to be Dr. Rhino when I grow up. Here we have from Puck Duncher. Today I learned I can redeem channel points for more submissions. That's yes, and I'd imagine you have quite a few. Anyways, here's another model I painted this year that I would like to share. This one is Severely Weathered Emperor's Boy. Ah, the new Emperor's Champion model. Severely weathered indeed. Damn, he's got some real chippage. Some real chippage going on. I love the slightly blue-black that we have going on. Really nice work on the metallics on the cruciform hilt in particular. And then the off-white that you have both for the Black Templar white pauldron and also for the tabard coming out from under the armor are very effective. I like what you've done here, the little bit of freehand with the chevron on his little... what would that be called? What would that little shield be called? They kind of wore something like that in jousting. It's a little miniature shield that you kind of mount as a target. Tilt plate, it has another name and I can't think of what it is right now. It literally couldn't matter any less, but it bothers me that I can't think of it. Yeah, tilting shield, but I swear there's another name. I just can't think of it. I like the work you've done on the basing though. Lots of texture. And then the only variation in color is for the little bit of bone in there. It makes it look like a really nasty, rusty mud. And it is both interesting and balances out a lot of the colors that we have up here, kind of repeating the red that we have on the eyes and the hilt. And it's also not so busy that it draws attention away from the model. Very, very effectively done. Very effectively done, Puck Dodger. Here we have from Data Nerd. Since I had the summer off from class, I recently sat down and got some painting done. Still very much a work in progress, but figured I'd show it off with my inspiration. All tips on how to do the claws and legs are appreciated. Oh. This is interesting. So first of all, I'm seeing that you're going to want to put some blue shadows in on the red legs. Down in the knee joints, probably up in the hips, you could probably find some areas down in the ankles. That little bit of dark blue to set off the red would be nice. Maybe see some off-white highlights down towards the feet. Besigue or Rondel. I don't... those Arcrave were not shields. Besigues or Rondels were small, round pieces of armor. They hung in the same place. But their purpose was protecting the armpit when the arm was raised up. A crotch shield, I suppose. I mean, that could be it. I'm not familiar with that phrase, so that may be. It's one of those things where I feel certain there are 10 to 15 phrases that could legitimately be used to describe the same thing. Buckler. No, a buckler would just be a small shield that was held in the hand. See, I'm thinking the deep blues in there. You want some yellows in the claws. Not sure exactly how it would do the yellows. Maybe some patterns on the top and bottom. Just like a sort of a band of yellow on the top and bottom of the claw would look good. You definitely want some yellows, I think, here below the cockpit. Kind of like how he has sort of a yellow chest on him. Stabby blocker. Thank you, Happy Heretic. You've nailed it. Off-white or yellow to go with the claws. I'm thinking yellow. Well, maybe off-white in both cases. Off-white with a band of yellow. Off-white on both, and then a little bit more yellow on the claws, because he definitely has some right here. An orange on the legs, that could work. That could work nicely. Dry brush tan and yellow. I see. Yeah, no, okay, I could see that. I think it's definitely important to get those blues in there, though. The deep blues on the joints, that's going to really set off that red in a big way. Walter's Workshop, welcome in. Crabs are in my top 5 favorite animals, platypi being number 1, of course. I enjoy me some sea bugs, too. They are delicious. Walter's Workshop, it is always a pleasure to see you in chat, my friend. And folks, if you have not followed Walter's Workshop, and how many times can I tell you? How many times can I tell you that you're depriving yourself of a good time? He's just, you know, he's a splendid fellow. He has a very gentlemanly level of facial hair most of the time. And ultimately, isn't that literally the only thing that matters? I would go deeper with the blue on the upper carapace, because this is a really rich, deep aqua blue. This seems a little bit more like a baby blue. I would take this deeper. Maybe hit it with some of the, I've got it right here. Lapis Lazuli overlay. I think that would go well. Here we have from, it's darker in person, I believe it. I've said it once, if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. At this point, I probably literally have, that it is more difficult, or rather, brain doesn't work tonight, like at all, for some reason. As difficult, if not more, to take pictures of minis than it is to paint them in the first place. Here we have from Datron Voltari, in reference to Ferrot's comment about good endings. This is what they were talking about, because the only thing more fun than Thunderhead going on a tear about a show is Thunderhead going on a tear about the wrong show. I've never heard of this. Well, it's a Disney show, that's probably why. Star versus the Forces of Evil. Well, I prefer Stand Against Evil. Thank you very much. Mostly because that's the one that I've seen. I literally have never heard of that show before tonight, so I'll know better next time. Here we have from This Mechanic Games, trying out my oil paints for painting a miniature. I should state this is a work in progress, so many of them are. Just a little reminder to folks to please crop your images, because this is a good-sized photo. But without being cropped, it is difficult to show on the Storm Report. I will say that on a zoom-in, damn. That's coming out well. You have blocked in the non-metallic metals very, very well, sir. Really, really good contrast, particularly on that frogmouth helm. Very nicely done. I love the deep shadows on the armor. I love, love, love the deep shadows. That reads excellently. Good job on the gauntlets, too. The gold/brass is a little... I mean, it's a work in progress. I'm just saying what I see here. The gold/brass is a little flat. Kind of reads the same as the fur on the shoulders, because you're using a lot of the same browns. I'd definitely bring in some more yellows, and maybe give that a little bit of a volumetric highlight somewhere towards the middle. but the armor itself is reading incredibly well, and for your first time delving into oils on minis, you are absolutely moving in the right direction. Very nice. Very nice, this Mechanic Games. Here we have from POW Rogue. After a week of living without my computer, I am back at making heads. I'm very excited to see. Very excited to see the Khornate heads coming together. I've always liked the general concept of Khorn Berserkers, but having all these new options for them, I think you've got a really, really good eye for detail. I also have to say that I think these details are probably going to read better on Final Minis than some of the more complex Noise Marines that you had done before. This one is a little bit simpler, and I think it'll be a little bit easier to paint as a result. Nice concept art on this, too. I appreciate the inclusion of the concept art. I always like to see where things began. You definitely nailed the curves on this one. You've used oils on canvas, so you have some experience. That makes sense. I would be a little surprised if you had no experience at all after as well as you applied those. Damn, really nicely done. Here we have from Semi-Serious Nerd. Here's the first of the Blood Bowl dudes. Ooh. A lot of red. Got a lot of red going on. I guess, like, you know, reddish, ruddy skin is appropriate for Khornate barbarians, I suppose, but some of the detail gets a little bit lost on this guy just because there is so much red. I feel like making the skin a little bit more pale or introducing some blue tones even would just kind of help to separate it from the armor and help it pop out more. Don't get me wrong, this is a good-looking mini. I just, like, it would just help me see some of the details more to have slightly more contrast, because you can already see the details better on the legs with just this sort of faded green-blue that you have for the pants under the armor. I love what you've done with the reds. I think these actually read really well. The gold is particularly rich. I love the banding, and I love the big plate back here. I mean, nicely done. Nicely done and a good start. I would say my only critique that I would give, if you're interested in it, consider leaning into some cooler tones on the flesh and making them paler, just because I think that's going to help the details on the mini really pop out visually, particularly at average viewing distance. Always remember that average viewing distance is roughly arm's length, 3 to 5 feet. I always recommend taking a moment and setting your mini on the table and standing up or holding it at arm's length and getting a feel for how it looks at that distance, because that's how you're going to see it most of the time. I love the use of the gold for the facial grill. That came together nice, Semi-Serious Nerd. Here we have from Sam Mini. Was on a little forced vacation due to a broken arm, but now I'm back for more fun. Here's Neria from Robot Rocket, 75% done. Oh, and we've been waiting to see what you do with this, Sam Mini. Good God, sir. Here's a great example, just a fantastic example of temperature contrast and hue contrast. That red, that deep red that you have amidst all that really nice light gray blue that comes all the way up to an almost cerulean blue for the center of the headpiece. And then the fact that the skin has ruddy tones down in the cheeks and in the lips. That fleshy purple, but then you've got a little bit of the blue being reflected just below the eyes. Jesus, those eyes! Wow, This will be my third reminder today to folks to crop your images for the Storm Report, just because this one bears zooming in on. The eyes are arresting. That, oh my god, Like, the overall composition is great, but the eyes are incredible. Putting them deep in shadow was such a great choice, because they're just like, oh. This is non-metallic metal, this Mechanic Games. This is non-metallic metal. Cutthroat Kier, good to see you. Welcome in. Now, I think Sam Mini by now knows that I think of him as an incredibly talented painter, and I always enjoy seeing his work. But those eyes are... I've seen a lot of your work on faces now. I've seen you do a lot of different flesh tones. I've seen you do some truly great composition. Sam Mini, I think those eyes may be my single favorite element of any painted bust that I have seen you do so far. Those are really good. They're haunting. This is the kind of paint job that makes me want to try harder. That and the fact that in the radial tones that you have on the headpiece, like, I'm noting that there are little areas of warmer brown tones mixed in there, almost like it reminds me a lot of, like, the chrome that Boris Vallejo would do. Obviously not as extreme by a long shot, but you get that little bit of, like, reflected sky, reflected ground, and that subtle contrast does... It does so much. It doesn't pop out. It's not the sort of thing you would even really notice if you weren't kind of looking for it. But, you know, I'm staring at this sort of trying to analyze why it looks so good to my brain, and it starts to come out. Something almost ghostly. Yeah, no, I'd say mission accomplished. That's incredibly well done. Sam Mini, that's fucking amazing. If you haven't posted that over in the Just Work in Progress gallery on the Discord, just down a little bit, please do, because I would love more people to be able to zoom in on that and see it. That is fantastic work. Well, the only answer for it, unfortunately, if I want to paint things like that one day, is I guess I just have to paint more. I hate that that's always the answer I come to. I have to practice. I have to keep going. It's like I was saying earlier, I watched James Wapple paint. I'm like, why can't I paint like that? Oh, because I haven't been doing it for 30 years straight. Keep practicing. Just keep practicing. But that will bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report, and concordantly, the end of tonight's stream. Is the music super loud? It shouldn't be. I'll turn it down a little bit. If it was, I'm sorry. It definitely shouldn't be. Share. Absolutely. Yeah, please. Feel free to post your Instagram link in chat. Everyone should have it, Sam Mini. Alright, let's see what's going on tonight. Chaotic Harmony's playing Foxhole. Useless Wizard is doing some painting. Looks like he just got started again. Goblin Welder working on some unpainted Marvel figures. Steep T doing some work. MCB playing some games. Wombat Combat just got started. Now, we haven't had a chance to raid Useless Wizard in a while. Let me see what he is working on. He is a damn good painter. He is on a BRB screen. I hate to have that be the deciding factor, but that is difficult for me to justify. Let's see what Goblin Welder is working on. Goblin Welder is working on Ultron, and doing some pretty interesting work on it from the look of things. Oh, and he's getting real fucking nerdy with it too. Let's go ahead and... I think we should head over there. That's my vote. Let's go ahead and get this started. Go say hi to Goblin Welder. Now, discoverability is pretty awful here on Twitch for the most part, unless you're utilizing other social media, so I do always try to send you guys someplace I think you'll like the content. So please consider sticking around for just a minute. Go with the raid. Check out the stream. See if you like the streamer. See if you like his work. Consider dropping him a follow so you get a notification the next time he goes live. Also, you should probably follow Skelebi. But I don't even have time to pitch Skelebi to you now. Just go follow her. You're not gonna regret it. We're gonna be back Thursday the 21st doing some more painting, finishing up this Lance. Saturday the 23rd, we'll be doing Band of Brothers on Discord again, moving into episodes 5 and 6. That is Crossroads and Bastogne, 2 of the best episodes in the series if you haven't seen it. Sunday the 24th, we're gonna be doing some more painting. This is the plan. Sunday and Tuesday may shift around a little bit. We'll see. I'm planning on doing more painting, getting back into my Space Dwarves for Firefight. And then Tuesday, we're going to be doing Resident Evil 6 again with Riot Sister. Again, I need to clear that with her, but that is the plan so far. Folks, thank you all for joining me tonight. You always make it such a pleasure for me to sit down at my desk and keep plugging away, keep growing, keep learning. And thank you to everyone who contributed to the Storm Report. As always, a huge thank you to my amazing mods who make all of this possible. I'll catch you guys next time, so until then, keep on painting.